Ladies and gentlemen, dear members and stakeholders of the FEI, dear friends, equestrian fans, and members of the media, good morning and welcome to the FEI Hybrid General Assembly 2022 in Cape Town, South Africa. This time we made it. We should have held our General Assembly in South Africa already 2 years ago in 2020, but COVID-19 got in the way. So after a virtual General Assembly in 2020 and a hybrid one in Antwerp last year, I want to extend our sincere thanks to the South African Equestrian Federation, especially its President, Ian, and Secretary General, Charlene, for their flexibility and warm welcome when hosting the General Assembly 2020+2 here in Cape Town. With time, we have further perfected our hybrid capabilities, so I am delighted that we are hosting our second hybrid General Assembly with 66 national federations represented by delegates in person and 42 national federations participating and voting online. Our General Assembly is also being live streamed for the public and is accessible for all to watch live in replay on the General Assembly Hub, as it has been for several years, with all documents pertaining to this meeting also publicly available on the very same hub. We have also a number of official stakeholder groups represented here in person and online, as well as the regional and continental associations taking part and using this gathering to plan for the future with their regional counterparts. And of course, we have the FEI board, for who I'm eternally grateful for their time and their wise counsel, both of which have been solicited more than ever these last years. It's basically the big FEI family, as we often say, and every year we come together to review where we stand, the circumstances of our achievements, of our setbacks, as well where we want to go and how we intend to go there. But context is everything. 2022 has been challenging on many fronts, and this has also been rewarding and heartwarming, because we have seen once again the powerful strength and resilience of our community to overcome and deliver in the face of adversity. We discovered much of this strength, or the extent of it, with the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by the EHV outbreak in Europe last year. And it certainly developed our confidence in our ability to find solutions, to be flexible, and to work together as a team. The war in Ukraine has been extremely distressing, and we are all saddened by the ongoing conflict and devastation. It was overwhelming at first to know how and where to help effectively, but we were able to establish priorities quickly, and this in part thanks to the past couple of years where we had to react and respond quickly to ever-changing situations. And I'm very happy to welcome the Ukrainian National Federation President online and the Secretary General here in person in Cape Town. FEI Solidarity and a number of federations as well as associations have played an important role in providing support on the ground to the equestrian community, and we remain committed and will continue to help our Ukrainian colleagues through what will be a difficult winter. The 1 million Swiss franc Solidarity Fund we were able to unblock together with important fundraising by the United States Equestrian Federation has served already well. And we have really targeted our support thanks to a solid partnership with the Ukrainian Equestrian Federation Charity Foundation and great work with the different service providers, the EEF and the national federations. We had hoped, of course, that the situation would improve by the end of this year and provide some respite to the Ukrainian people, but also that we would be able to lift the restrictions on Russia and Belarus and allow the equestrian community to begin to rebuild the sport in the region. But things have in fact worsened. Consequently, we had no other choice than to follow the International Olympic Committee and maintain restrictions in Russia and Belarus in response to the breach of the Olympic truce and the annexation of territory of another state, territory also of another National Olympic Committee and national federations. As a result of this, we recently extended, until further notice, the measure taken in February of this year regarding events in Russia and Belarus, and therefore, for the time being, no FEI events will be held in either country in 2023. A number of other measures also remain in place for the time being, such as the freezing of FEI solidarity projects and the emergency board resolution prohibiting all Russian and Belarusian athletes, horses, and officials for participating in FEI events. This is not a decision we take lightly in sport or as a community, because we pride ourselves on our ability to bring people together above and beyond politics, race, or culture. And we understand that the Russian and Belarusian athletes and officials that have nothing to do with the war feel that they are penalized for the actions of their governments. Given the escalation of events, this is a protective measure, and we have to maintain this to ensure the safety of our athletes and the integrity of our competitions. And believe me when I say that our thoughts are also with the Russian and Belarusian equestrian community, and that we hope to welcome them back once this war is over. There is no winner in this situation, but we will continue our efforts to mitigate the effects of the war and support our community in the best way we can. We will also have to mitigate the effects of the war and the repercussions on our finances as the world is going through an energy crisis and as all industries, including equestrian, grip themselves for rising costs and inflation. So how are the finances of the FEI following COVID-19 and in the context of the conflict in the world? In many ways, 2021 was better than expected, which made it possible to rebuild our reserves and recover from 2020. As you will have seen in the annexes, we still have a balanced budget for 2022. But we need to be extremely careful, as the markets are very volatile and potentially influence in a negative way the performance of our portfolio. Although we have set a provision aside to cover financial risks, this will probably have an effect on the final balance sheet for 2022. We are still financially healthy, but according to well-respected authorities in the world, this situation is going to be more complicated for the coming years, and this for all sectors and industries. And while we do not have a crystal ball, it's important that we anticipate the impact of this global economic downturn on the activities of our sport. So for this reason, we have been more than in the past, been conservative in our budget for 2023. And given our relative financial health, we believe it was important to present to you a balanced budget for 2023. With all the disruption these recent years, one would have expected the sport to have suffered and the momentum in our government's related initiatives to have taken a backseat. But there could be nothing further from the truth. We are fighting strong, and we, as a community, are leading with conviction. 2022 was full of milestones and achievements, both on and off the field of play, which have set our sport on a new course. Grooms. It's taken 100 years to recognize them as an official stakeholder group, but we can all safely say this was an important milestone for our sport, which has already set in motion some key initiatives that will raise the bar at our events, create better conditions for grooms, in turn for the care and well-being of our horses. And we will continue to cooperate and support the International Grooms Association, represented here by its founder and director, Lucy Cattin. We saw some of these initiatives at the FEI World Championships in Herning and in Pratoni del Vivaro, adding to the great success of these events, where wonderful sporting performances took place. Performances which officially put 11 nations on the road to Paris 2024, with the first 25 Olympic and Paralympic qualifying team slots allocated. And I think a special mention must go to Germany and to Great Britain for securing team slots in all 4 disciplines. And for Germany, I'm sure you made your former president, my dear friend Braido, who regretfully passed away last week, very, very proud. The success of these championships also reaffirmed the decision to allow different bids in order to secure the best conditions for each discipline. And as you will have seen with the recent announcement, a process we have maintained now also for the FEI World Championships 2026. And while we are on Paris 2024, having approved the quota last year and now moving to approve the rules, the consultation process and the time we have taken to review these rules has been really beneficial. And I'm grateful for the valuable input of the community throughout this process. As you know, one of our biggest priorities is to ensure equestrian remains on the Olympic and Paralympic program and remains relevant to audiences around the world that tune in to these games every 4 years, whether they tune into TikTok or traditional linear television. IOC President Thomas Bach was very complimentary to our sport of the FEI efforts and the willingness of our community to embrace change when he attended the FEI 100-year celebration back in April. And also when he visited in September the FEI Eventing World Championship in Pratoni del Vivaro. We have an incredible sport, and the IOC recognizes the value of equestrian. But we are only as good as our last games, and we are judged on our performance. So we need to continue to keep our sport safe, attract new fans, engage youth, and to do what is necessary to appeal to a global audience. Like all other sports in the Olympic program, we are constantly under review. And again, context is everything, as we have to compete with new sports, new media landscapes, and new trends. We have been working on Los Angeles 2028, and recently I traveled to Los Angeles together with our Secretary General, Sabrina Ibanez, to meet with the organizing committee and to identify together an equestrian venue that ticks all the boxes, especially cost efficiency, by accommodating our 3 Olympic disciplines and paradressage in one venue. But it will be based on our performance in Paris that our events and disciplines will be confirmed for Los Angeles 2028. And as you all know, one of the biggest challenges for us, but also for many other sports, of course, is around broadcast figures. There were issues with Tokyo 2020, as many fans were unable to find or understand where they could watch our sport on top of the unfavorable time zone differences. This is something we have already started to address and will actively work to mitigate for Paris and ensure equestrian fans and new audiences know where to watch our sport during these games. And it will come as no surprise that in line with our efforts to retain and attract viewers, we continue to invest in our digital and communications presence. Creating heroes, storytelling, and setting the scene for wonderful performances is necessary to draw audiences in to watch our sport. And this is a collective effort and vision which we as a community must continue to develop. So we need your active help and work together to amplify our presence in the global mixed media landscape. We recently held, and this for the first time, digital seminars aimed at press officers and content creators from our national federations and our organizing committees, but also for athletes and grooms. These seminars were really well attended, and the purpose was to share the best practices we have learned over the years, so that members of our community can use these tips to better promote their equestrian stories to larger audiences, which will also benefit, of course, our sport as a whole. The future is on everyone's lips, and although this future seems to be uncertain, there is one certainty. The youth of today will become the future of equestrian tomorrow. And they already dictate the popularity of sports online. This is a key demographic we must invest in and listen to. With the postponement of the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar from 2022 to 2026, we believe we had to find a suitable replacement in order to avoid to deprive an entire generation of young athletes with the opportunity to compete on a global stage and have an Olympic dream. Also knowing that their performances and their journey will inspire their peers. And it certainly was a big stage with our replacement event, the FEI Youth Equestrian Games, which ran entirely on the same format as the Youth Olympic Games, combining sport with an educational program supported by the International Olympic Committee, and this all in Aachen in May. For the 30 young athletes from 30 nations and their entourage, this was an unforgettable experience. And I'm sure for our hosts here in South Africa, it was also an unforgettable experience bringing home individual gold and team bronze as part of Team Africa. Every decision we make today at this General Assembly, but also in our respective organizations and associations, has to be in the context of the future. There can be no complacency or reticence to change, to keep things as they are, because the world is changing. The sporting, media, and sponsorship landscapes are changing. And as a result, the way we present and manage our sports also has to change. Context is everything, and so is good governance. I want to preface this next part of my opening remarks to congratulate all the FEI member committee members, official stakeholders, and FEI headquarters staff for their contribution to solid governance and decision-making protocols, which have once again placed the FEI in the top of the Association of Summer Olympic International Federations governance review. This is an achievement we can and should all be very proud of, and the rating which reflects much of the process at our General Assembly Week, where dialogue, consultation, and transparency take top priority in the decision-making process. We don't always agree, but fortunately, we can talk about everything. The future of the Longines FEI Jumping Nations Cup was recently discussed with the members of the jumping community, and the need to change was also the conclusion from this important task force meeting held in Lausanne last month. The sustainable future of this wonderful series, where honor and competing for your nation is everything, and for whom we have a fantastic sponsor, Longines, depends on our ability to adapt to new conditions. And when I say adapt, it's not about compromise. It's about taking a fresh look and creating quite the opposite, an uncompromising product which is relevant in today's sporting context with a solid and unique identity and a representative of the global values of the Nations Cup. And to do this, we will need our national federations to support our endeavors and provide us with the tools to make this happen. Uncompromising is also a good way to describe the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission, an independent body which we set up in June of this year in response to growing scrutiny and concerns over the position of horses in sport. Our social license to operate, so the public's acceptance and approval of our sport and how we manage our sport and safeguard the needs of our equine partner, is not a given and can easily be eroded. We must be proactive and uncompromising in the way we respond to the society in which we operate. It's a question of trust, and we need to earn it. The ball is on our court. This is the context in which our sport is evolving, and these are the discussions we must continue to have openly if we want to secure a sustainable future. And we are the FEI family, so I have every confidence in our collective ability to make the right decisions for our sport in the long term. We are a unique sport and a community fueled by passion and determination. We are highly resourceful, and we certainly don't shy away from challenges. What we have achieved in 2022 and since the outbreak of COVID-19 is simply remarkable, and we should all be very proud. Context is everything, but only if we can work together. So, on that final note, I would like to thank our national federations, our regional and continental associations, and our official stakeholders for representing the interests of our members and for regularly engaging in constructive dialogue with the FEI. I would also like to thank the athletes, officials, organizers, owners, grooms, trainers, sponsors, of course, especially Longines, and all others that contribute to the success of our sport for their tremendous commitment and for helping deliver the very best of equestrian to a wider public. And last but not least, I would like to thank all the volunteers, the committee members, the newly formed Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission members, as well as the FEI board and the wonderful FEI headquarters staff for your unfailing and continuous support. And as you know, there is also a presidential election on this agenda, and I sincerely thank you already for your support to continue our journey together for another, in my case, last 4 years. Thank you. And now, before we move on to the order of the day, let's take a moment to reflect and remember the important individuals we lost since the General Assembly 2021. Individuals that were part of our community and that have shaped our sport at local, national, regional, and international level. And they will be dearly missed. Thank you very much, and Sabrina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Igmar. Good morning to all our delegates that are here in South America and those also present online. We have 66 national federations that have registered their power of attorney and 42 online, so there's a total of 108. Today, we would need a quorum of 69. So far, we have attending 66 of you in person, 19 online, so we have a total of 85, so the quorum has been reached. Before we get started with our very busy agenda, there are some general housekeeping remarks that are probably a good idea to bring them up right now. As you have heard from our president, this is a hybrid FEI General Assembly, so we have both delegates here in person and those online that will take part in the voting. As it is fully hybrid, there are no proxies at this General Assembly. We are using the system that we have used in the past, which is Lumi, which, as you all know, is a very secure and independent in-person and online electronic voting system that guarantees anonymity. It is widely also used by other sports organizations, including the International Olympic Committee. Lumi will be used during the entire General Assembly. The voting system will be managed from this room itself, and during the voting, there are scrutineers that will be elected by the General Assembly to oversee Lumi voting technical procedures as well as their results. The nice thing about this year is that the General Assembly annexes are also integrated into the Lumi system. For the voting, we are going to proceed as we did last year. All voting will take place after lunch. So this means normally at 2:15 p.m. this afternoon. For those that would have problems with their voting systems when we start voting, you will be asked, of course, to raise your hand so we can check what the situation is. So that is pretty much for that. So thank you very much for your attention on those very important matters. One more thing I'd like to say, housekeeping as well, is that when you do leave the rooms, do not take your Lumi little voting section with you. Just leave it at your desk. Thank you very much. So now we move on to point 3, which is the election of scrutineers. This, as I mentioned, will take place after lunch, but we're happy to provide you already with the names of those persons. For the chair, we are proposing Nara Kutusinga from Thailand, also known as And as members, we have Glenda Warburton from Eswatini and Jukka Koivisto from Finland. We can move on to point 4, which is suspension now. Regrettably, we need to inform you that there are 3 national federations that will be suspended at this General Assembly, as unfortunately they have not provided us with their annual subscription fee. Once the fee has been, of course, received, the suspension will be lifted and they will be full members. Another thing that we would like to bring to your attention is that regrettably Malawi has withdrawn its membership from the FEI. And the reason is that there has been very little activities in their country, and COVID has unfortunately exacerbated the situation. And they have huge fuel shortages and power cutbacks and whatnot, so it's making it very difficult for them to proceed with writing. We do hope that afterwards, in the near future, that we will be able to welcome them back into the family. So now we move on to point 5, which is the approval of the minutes. This, as I mentioned before, will be taken afterwards, as will be the approval of the annual report for 2021. So if there are no questions on those first points, then we are going to move to point 7, and I'd like to call our CFO, Claude Prat, to come to the podium to present us points 7 through 12. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabrina. Mr. President, members of the board, dear delegates, today's presentation will cover 4 subjects. First, we will go through the audited financial statements for 2021. We will then, I will give the floor then to Janice Chardlow, who is the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee, for her report. We will then address the perspectives for 2022 and the revised budget. And we will conclude with the budget of 2023. The audited financial statements are located in Annex 7 of your documents, and you will find in there additional comments with more detailed explanations to the numbers that I will go through with you today. The revenues for 2021 amounted to 44,482,000 Swiss francs. The expenses, 40,799,000 Swiss francs. And that resulted in a net profit for the FEI of 3,682,000 Swiss francs. I will now explain a little bit of what is in these numbers. Our commercial revenues ended up the year 2021 with 1,920,000 Swiss francs below budgets compared to the budget. That was due to the cancellation of World Cup events in the second part of 2021 due to COVID restrictions. And consequent to that, we had to reimburse our sponsors, hence the reduced income. In the operational revenue, we had the opposite happening, where the numbers is 3,957,000 above original budget. We gained an additional 1 million Swiss franc in the organizing dues, 1.3 million additional in the passports and change of names of horses, and another 1.2 million additional in the EADMCP fee. This shows that in 2021, our industry, or our sports, was resilient after COVID, and apart from those World Cup events, we had very little cancellation worldwide on those events. And so the revenues generated by the events was much better than what we had feared at the beginning of 2021. On the non-operational revenue, the only item that I would like to mention today is that we cashed the Olympic contribution consequent to the Games of Tokyo in 2021. The amount was the same as what we had received for Rio 2016. This amount has been booked to the Olympic Fund and will be released over the next 3 years to the results and P&L of the FEI. We are taking 3 years because the cycle is shorter. As the games were postponed to 2021, the next game will be in 2024, so we have only a shorter cycle to release that amount in the future. Moving on to the expenses for 2021, we see that the commercial expenses were also better than the budget by 2 million Swiss francs. This was also due to canceled events. As the events is canceled, we don't have to give the FEI contribution, the sponsorship contribution to the organizer. Therefore, we had savings there, and that helped also the situation on the P&L. The other point in the expenses that I would like to mention is the operational expenses, where we had savings of 653,000. Those are a mix of savings compared to the budget, where we spent less, and a still reduced activity in the solidarity in 2021, which was still impacted by COVID restrictions and travel restrictions around the world. Another good thing that happened in 2021, in spite of still having difficulties with COVID restrictions, was the financial results of our portfolio. In 2021, it generated 2.7 million Swiss francs profit. So this has helped a lot with the positive results. And consequent to those good results in 2021, we propose to the board to allocate 1 million Swiss francs to the IT fund to provide for future investments in that category, and also another 1 million Swiss franc was added to the Solidarity Fund to make sure this fund remains sustainable in the future. Those allocations have been already done and audited for, so those allocations are already in the final numbers that you have in the audited report. I will now give the floor to Janice Chardlow, who is the chair of the Audit and Compliance Committee, for her report, which you will find in Annex 8 of your documents.
Thank you, Claude, and good morning to everyone here in Cape Town, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those of you who are joining us remotely. My role this morning is to report to you, as the General Assembly, on the Audit and Compliance Committee's role to have direct oversight responsibilities for internal control, internal audit, and the external auditors, and the assessment of compliance with the statutes, internal regulations, and policies and procedures. You will all have seen our written report in the documents provided to you. In summary, the committee was once again impressed with the financial prudent strategy which the FEI continues to adopt, and noted that the external auditors once more highlighted their satisfaction with FEI financial management and the quality of the information supplied to them. We concluded that the FEI's organizational culture of service provider to the national federations remains strong, and the commitment to compliance with its statutes, regulations, policies and procedures continues to be maintained. However, these are not easy times. As Ingmar highlighted in his address, we have extensive challenges, and there are more to come. To date, these challenges have been mitigated by conservative financial management, a careful approach to managing risk, and the willingness of both headquarters, the national federations, and the equestrian sporting community to accept and adapt to change. We are confident that these strengths provide the organization with a solid base on which to meet its challenges, and we look forward to carrying out our next review over the next FEI year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janice. So as mentioned by Sabrina earlier, you will be requested after lunch to vote on the financial statements and also to release the board and the Secretary General for the 2021 accounts. We will also ask you to approve the appointment of the auditors for next year, which we have selected as being Pricewaterhouse in Lausanne. That's unchanged compared to the previous years. And we're now moving on to 2022, give you a little bit of perspective of how this year is going. You will find also the revised budget in the Annex 11 of your documents, again, with a lot more detailed explanations to those numbers than I can provide here today. The commercial revenues for 2022 We are looking at a reduction of 2,863,000 in commercial revenues. The big chunk of that is in the sponsorship revenues for 2,383,000 reduction, and that's consequence to cancellation of 4 World Cup events in the spring and 1 Nations Cup event in 2022. So again, there we have to reimburse the sponsor, but we will get less expenses as we don't have to contribute for those events. The TV revenues is forecasted 1,121,000 reduction compared to the original budget, and that is due to a misunderstanding we had between commercial and financial department. We were supposed to be spreading revenues over 2021 and 2022. We misunderstood that, and all that was booked in 2021, so it's missing in 2022's budget. We are forecasting additional revenues for our digital campaign advertising. This is a project that was launched earlier this year, and at the time we wrote the original budget, we didn't have that information. We didn't know how much that program would generate as income. As we went into the year, now we can confirm that we will have additional revenues of 641,000 in that section. Also, on the reduction of revenues, an important aspect globally is also that the drop of the euro versus the Swiss francs help us. We have a reduction of income. A lot of our contract with sponsorship is in euro. Therefore, when translated into Swiss franc, it makes less revenues, but also less expenses for us because we also spend in euros. On the operational revenues, we see an increase of 2,124,000 Swiss francs for 2022. And again, that also shows the resilience of our sports. Competitions happen in spite of some cancellation in big events. The mass of events were not canceled, so that generates additional organizing dues compared to budget, additional passports, registration of horses, and so that helped us in the 2022 accounts. We have also introduced the biosecurity fines earlier this year, and we're expecting revenues to be around 750,000 in 2022 for that. The biosecurity fines will help us finance the horse app that we have developed. This horse app has costed the FEI 610,000 Swiss francs. We have running costs on this horse apps of about 100 and 120,000 per year. We need to update, we need to improve the app, and all that is without counting also the additional staff we had to hire to manage this program. In the non-operational revenues, there's a small amount, 115,000 that we bring it from the IT fund. Again, that's due to a clerical mistake. This invoice should have been booked in 2021. It was missed at closing of the books, so we booked it in 2022, but in order not to impact the accounts in 2022, we are drawing from the IT funds to pay for that invoice. If I'm moving on to the expenses for 2022, we see a reduction of commercial expenses of 1,846,000 in sponsorship expenses. That is due to, in part, the drop of the euro versus Swiss francs, and also the fact that we don't have to contribute to the organizers for the canceled events. Professional fee and consulting, there is 115,000 additional. I just mentioned it's that IT invoice that was booked in the wrong year. And we have printing expenses. We had to reassess the budget for that. We made a budgeting error when we did the original budget for 100,000 last year. The general and administration expenses for 2022, you will see that we will have an increase in staff charges of 243,000. This is consequent to restructuring and development in the IT department mainly, where we needed to hire additional people with the implementation of ORS apps, biosecurity fines. We need additional people to manage this. The travel and expenses were increased compared to the original budget by 55,000, because since the beginning of the year we had the implementation of the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission, so we had to plan for expenses there for the meetings and reports of that committee. The improvement of the FEI activity in 2022 has allowed us in the documents to plan for a small profit for 2022. However, as you know, big events happened in 2022, the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. Consequent to that, the inflation, the energy prices going up, and the financial markets that are in trouble. So based on today's performance of the portfolio, we're looking at a loss in excess of 5.3 million as of end of October. It will be difficult to achieve a profitable year for 2022, but we'll see where we are at the end of the year. I've seen that in the last 10 days the financial markets have been improving, so it may not be as bad as that. I will now move on to the budget for 2023, which you will find in the Annex 12 of your documents, again with more explanations. And before moving to the numbers, I just would like to give some preliminary comments to the assumptions we took for the 2023 budget. We looked first at the economic situation in Europe and in the US, the impact of the war in Ukraine, the inflation environment in which we are. Many countries have inflation in Europe of 8-10%, which has been unseen since probably 20 years. So this will have an impact in 2023. The interest rates are going up. Central banks across the world are tightening market conditions, which will make it more difficult for businesses to operate, the price of money being increased. And the energy prices in some countries in Europe, as mentioned by our president, the energy prices on the free market, the gas prices, especially in Europe, have been multiplied by a factor of 10, which makes running operations for some industrial companies very difficult, where they basically have no other ways than shutting down. And with that, we're a little bit concerned that the events, especially in the wintertime, the winter season, are going to have difficulties to be run successfully, and we want to be careful. Therefore, we made the decision to be very conservative in planning the operating income for 2023. We are planning for a reduction of 10% on the items like organizing dues. And as we planned for reduced revenues, we're also planning for reduced expenses. You have to do both. You can't not just reduce revenues and let expenses run. However, we can't reduce the expenses enough to make sure we have a balanced budget, and we still wanted to present a balanced budget for the 2023. So we're planning to release some reserves that we have in the books that will allow us to balance the budget. Of course, if the situation improves in 2023, we may decide not to use those reserves. So we're moving on now to the numbers. The commercial revenues have been planned to 24,954,000 Swiss francs for next year. This is in line with the contracts we have with our sponsors. On the operational revenues, the calendar fees and organizing dues have been planned at 6,500,000. That's a reduction of 10% compared to the previous years. The horse and registration revenues, this is going to go up next year. because last year in Antwerp at the General Assembly, we approved an increased fee for horse registrations. So this number is going up compared to previous years. And the passport and change of names, also there we planned for a reduction as we are a little bit concerned with the activity for next year. On the non-operational revenues, we will be releasing 3.5 million from the IOC fund. In the contribution from fund, we have the amounts that we're drawing from funds to pay for projects. The main one is being Solidarity, 1,280,000. So Solidarity projects are resuming in 2023. And there is also in IT, 962,000, close to 1 million Swiss francs, where we will invest in the digital passport implementation. We also have to upgrade our website, which is 7 years old, and we need to really maintain that to make sure it keeps running. We will also release some provisions that we have in the books in the amount of 2 million Swiss francs. In there, one that I would like to particularly mention is an EADMCP provision for 750,000. As you will see in the numbers, the revenues for EADMCP in 2023 are smaller than the expenses. And we also have indirect costs to administer this program for about 750,000. So we are proposing to bring provisions to pay for those indirect costs. And we also have other provisions that we still have in the books that we have decided that we will use to cover a potential deficit that we will have in 2023. And if 2023 turns out better, then we will decide not to use those reserves and we will carry them on for the future. Moving on to the expense side for 2023, commercial expenses have been budgeted at 20,731,000. This is in line with our sponsorship agreements and the agreements we have with the organization committees for World Cup, Nations Cup events and championships. The drop of the euro helps us in Swiss franc. This is just a technicality. Broadcast expenses for 2023 are comparable to 2022, but they are about 1 million Swiss franc less than when we had our contract with IMG, thanks to our partnership and collaboration with Clip My Horse Television. In the broadcast expenses, we also have some contracts where we have a production agreement for the North American League, where we produce TV shows for that. That costs 960,000. We also have a TV corporation agreement in the US to have a time buy for the North American League to show our sports on US television. And we keep investing in digital partnerships, all those YouTube, TikTok, all this social media environment where we see that it's really a future for communicating for organizations like us. That amount will be 760,000 for 2023. In addition to that, we have some broadcast monitoring for 350,000 that we need to do. The broadcast monitoring allows us to measure the exposure of FEI events, and that's important for our sponsor. We need to provide those numbers for our sponsor who wants to see what's the exposure of our sport. On the operational expenses, there's just a few items that I would like to mention. First is the professional fee and consulting, budgeted at 5,121,000 for next year. In there we have IT developments for 2,127,000, which I already explained a little bit. The IT infrastructure, 790,000 every year. That's a very stable number, but we need to maintain the framework and all the IT hardcore not a technical guy. Basically, when you turn on your computer, everything works. That's what that's what we need. And you have detailed in my comments for the other positions in professional fee and consulting. Another word on anti-doping and welfare. As I mentioned, next year, due to the reduction of activity that we forecast, the revenues will not cover the cost. Therefore, we will release some reserves for that. And I'd like also to mention that we are not trying to make a profit out of that program. We just want to cover the costs. Solidarity is returning back to more or less normal activities. So we have all kinds of projects that were approved by the Solidarity Committee in September for next year, and those have been integrated in the budget for 1,820,000 Swiss francs. Last but not least, the general and administration expenses, which is a big chunk of the expenses. The staff charges will be at 16,830,000. These expenses increase by 863,000 compared to 2022. This is mainly due to a full year effect of people we hired in 2022 and replacements we had in 2022. When you hire someone in September of 2022, you have it in the budget for 4 months, but then the next year you have that person for 12 months. So that's the effect of the increase on staff charges. We have planned in there for a 1% increase in salaries at the headquarters, which is extremely moderate in when we look at what inflations we're going to have in Switzerland. And there is also a small amount that our Secretary General decided that was to extend the maternity leave to 6 months instead of 4 months, which we think is also a good thing to appeal to young ladies to come and work for the FEI. The travel expenses for next year, they have been lined up on the forecasted volume of travel that we will need for 2023. The goal is to limit the travel expenses as much as possible and encourage people to do and favor video conferencing where possible. It's good for the planet also. So with all that, we are presenting to you a balanced budget for approval, and I will gladly answer any questions you may have with those numbers that I presented to you. Doesn't seem to be the case, so again, you will be asked to approve that budget after lunch. And there is one more aspect that I wanted to address, is the financial charges. This point will be discussed after the rules points that are coming now, and you will be also asked to approve those financial charges after lunch. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Claude. We're moving now on to point 13. And first of all, I just wanted to, which is the approval of rules and regulations. I wanted to really thank the national federations that were present yesterday during the rules session and also online for all the very constructive feedback that we received. So thank you very much. Miguel?
Thank you, Sabrina. So as discussed yesterday during the rules session regarding the general regulations, there will be one vote only, and with the clarification that for 3-star events in jumping, there will be no deposit fee. So in the final draft that you had received, there was initially the 3-star appearing. We will be deleting, so you can see on the screen how it will look like. So the 3-star will not be requested to pay a deposit fee. And again, one vote for the general regulations. Are there any questions or comments? No, so you'll be asked to vote after lunch. Now,
Michael?
yes, sorry.
Michael, here. Just a question. This is only for simple 3 stars, not CSIO 3 stars,
It's for all 3 stars,
including CSIO.
including CSIO.
Thank you.
there is at the beginning of the document the clarification that the star level applies to O's as well. I didn't put the whole document, otherwise it would be too much. Thank you. Then the anti-doping rules for human athletes, there were no comments or questions raised yesterday at the rules session, so you'll be asked to vote in favor of these rules in one block, and the same for the equine anti-doping and control medication regulations. So are there any questions regarding anti-doping rules in general? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. And then that takes us to 13.4, which is the para-equestrian classification rules. Yesterday, there were no questions either, so that will also be voted in one vote. And then we move on to 13.5, which is Paris 2024 Olympic regulations. And here I pass the hand on to Anya.
Thank you, Sabrina. So yesterday during the rules session, we just presented 3 clarifications to the Olympic regulations. So I'll just show those to you now. As I mentioned, one is just the deletion of the reference to the 15th of January 2024 being a Sunday because it's not a Sunday. So that will not appear in the final version. The next clarification was just a typo where there was a reference to the dressage test rather than the cross-country test when we talked about the horse inspections. And then finally, one other clarification, that the starting order for the Grand Prix will be based on the FEI Dressage World Ranking for horses. And you see the clarification there on the screen. So when you're asked to vote on the Olympic regulations this afternoon, you'll be asked to vote taking into account those clarifications. For the Paralympic regulations, there were no clarifications on that, so that will be a vote based on the annex that was in your document. For the Olympic ranking rules, similarly, just to clarify, there will be one vote that will cover the 3 Olympic ranking rules, jumping, dressage, eventing. And finally, there will be a vote on the Paralympic ranking rules, and again, no clarifications on that. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anya. So then point 14 was already addressed by Claude, and that we will take after lunch. So that takes us to jumping, and here I'm happy to pass the floor to Stefan Ellenbroch, the chair of the Jumping Committee.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Mr. President, Madam Secretary General, dear delegates, you have received my report with the annexes, and before I will ask you if you have any questions, please allow me to make some additional remarks. 2022 is what some people call the year of the new normal, and we were really happy to see lots of successful events, including fantastic World Championships, the World Cup final, and also the Nations Cup final, to name just a few. For sure, as the President mentioned already in his introduction, one of the challenges for 2023 will be to work on the future of the Longines FEI Nations Cup Series, and we count on your support. I'd like to thank the members of the FEI Jumping Committee, especially the outgoing members. We have Daniela Garcia here with us as a delegate, and I would also like to thank Pedro Beniz for really an incredible job these people did, the whole committee, but especially the outgoing members who will leave the committee. I also like to thank the FEI staff for all their support, especially the jumping department and jumping director Marco Fuster. It's really a great pleasure to work with them all. As you know, we had a full rule revision last year, so I'm not so much surprised that we do not have so many rule changes. Yet we have to explain to you 2 things. We will vote on some clarifications, and the documents have been updated. So the second thing Marco is going to explain to you in a second is a clarification for Annex 12, the Children Championships. The first thing we will do is we try to bring up a modification for Article 206.2, which is the expenses of officials. What we will present to you today is a proposal based on negotiations between the International Jumping Officials Club and also the jumping organizers. This proposal has been presented, for example, in the EF meeting, but also especially yesterday in the rules session, and we have identified that there were some issues, so we have modified this proposal, and Marco will present to you the proposal, which yesterday in the rules session, at least we got the impression will find the majority. Yet there was the Italian Federation, supported by, I guess, 2 or 3 others, who were asked for a separate vote, and of course we will go for that as well. So what Marco will show you now is, as I said already, the proposal based on what the organizers and the officials negotiated, supported by the FEI, and this proposal is also supported by the Jumping Committee, and Marco will explain to you what detail is there for the separate vote. Marco, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Stefan. Here we are in the slide we have in front of us. We have the modification of Article 200.6.2, expenses for officials, and we can see that there's a worldwide amount for all 4 and 5 stars. Per diem per judge is €250 for 4 members of the officiating crew, which is the president of the ground jury, the foreign judge, the chief steward, and the foreign steward. Making into consideration that a lot of those shows do not need a foreign steward, so it goes without saying that is in most cases 3 cases, in some cases 4 cases. All other officials at €175. Here is what in the next point is where the separate vote will come in. We proposed a increase for Europe and North America of €250 and €150, and the rest €175 and €150. Here it's clearly for CSIO 3 stars, CSI 3-star World Cup, and CSI 3-star Europe and North America. The separate vote that we have asked, it's clearly defined here, and you will be asked to make a decision which of these 2 cases you support. Per diems for CSIO 3 stars, CSI 3-star World Cup, and CSI 3-star in Europe and North America, do you approve? Option A, €250, president of the ground jury, foreign steward, foreign judge, chief steward, and €175 all other officials, or option B, €175, president of the ground jury, foreign judge, chief steward, foreign steward, and €150 for all other officials. This is what you will be asked to vote later on today. We have another clarification regarding per diems in non-FEI championships, meaning regional games and regional championships. That yesterday there was an inquiry regarding what per diems were affecting those championships. It's clearly defined in Article 200.6.3 when it says that expenses at regional championships and regional games are left to the discretion of the organizing committee. So I think it's covered and well explained in this article. And now, as a third and last point, we have the request of clarification by the North American Federation, US Federation, to include what is in blue for the final of the Children Championships of the North American Children Championships, which, as a remark, this was also included already before this year for the Junior and Young Rider Championships, saying the qualified to participate in the first round of the individual final are the 15 best placed athletes, including those placed equal for 15th. according to cumulative penalties for the first and second competitions. This is due to numbers. Normally, the North American Championship doesn't have those numbers, and that's why they want to really have a final with 15 riders minimum and not the 60% of normally the 15 riders. That is what they get as a total participation on the championship. This concludes our explanation and clarification of the points that came up yesterday on the rules session. Happy to take any questions that may come. Thank you very much.
Now, Stefan just wants to add something. Stefan?
Thank you very much, Marco. First of all, I started my little presentation by asking you if there are any questions concerning the report, so I just asked that question now. I do not see any. Then let me finish with the special thing to the International Jumping Riders Club. You will remember that I reached out to the Jumping Riders Club last year and I asked them for their support because we found that it's absolutely necessary to get the riders on board. And I'm really happy to tell you now that the last year was very successful. The Jumping Riders Club has contributed a lot to all the events we did linked to jumping, like the Sports Forum. There were several board members of the Jumping Riders Club not only present but very actively taking part, and the same applies for the workshop we did for the future of the Nations Cup. So I'm very happy that they listened and that they are fully integrated and that they are fully supporting us, and I'm very happy to continue this cooperation with the Jumping Riders Club in the future. Thank you, and back to you, Sabrina.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So moving on, we move on to dressage, and here we have the dressage committee report by Maribel Alonso, the chair.
Good morning, dear President, Ms. Secretary General, dear delegates. After the challenges imposed by COVID, horses, herpes, and other illnesses, dressage has managed to improve and recover its level of activity. We started the year in last April with the Sports Forum that provided a unique opportunity to present the new progressive CDI structure and starting the full revision of the rules, the first makeover in years. This year, 12 championships and games were organized throughout the globe, from children all the way to World Equestrian Games, an amazing event in an extraordinary facility. Interesting facts were that 19 teams were represented, 16 countries had individual representation, having all the FEI regionals group being there, 93 entries and 92 Grand Prix starters, new upcoming faces and promising horses for the future. The rest of the report will be found in the documents of the meeting. We will be voting the full rule revision later on. I will kindly ask now Bettina, before I continue, if she can present the articles that will be voted separately, please.
Dear delegates, so for dressage, you will be asked after lunch to do 3 votes. One will be on the full dressage revision, and then further to the discussions in the rule session yesterday, and as agreed, there will be a separate vote for Article 401.7 to allow, to check if you agree, to allow the option to include the Grand Prix at CDI and CDIO 2-star level. The other separate vote will be on Chapter 6 officials, and this vote is about the levels and the star rating of the judges, and you will be asked for separate votes, and we will ask you if you approve applying the level system to the FEI dressage judges under the understanding that the level 4/5-star, as an example, would be used in all official working documents. That means the event schedules, the education system, and the courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bettina.
Thank
So-
you. Sorry.
I just wanted to again emphasize that we are more than happy to add the top judges as 5-star judges in all our official working documents, as has been clearly stated here. But for us at headquarters, it's really important to have harmonization. So we're happy to include it everywhere, but we would like to also have the 4-star level, 4 level. Thank you, level 4. Sorry.
So finally, you will be proceeding for the vote. So the final decision will remain for you. And just before finishing, I would like to thank the outgoing members, Beatriz Ferrer Salat, who so proudly represented the writer's voice in the committee, and Irina McNamee, who devoted her time and effort for her commitment to the sport. To the FEI staff for their professional work and patience. And last but not least, to Bettina de Ram, who's leaving us, and we wish her a lot of luck and hope that our path keep on crossing. Thank you, Bettina. Thank you.
Yes, we're not over with dressage. We have the Austrian Federation. Cici? Hold on one second, Cici. We're going to get, you have a microphone for you so that we can all hear you. It's coming your way. Thank you.
Oh, good. Dear General Assembly, I ask once more to postpone the Article 401.7 to further discussion, because there are lots of aspects they have to be taken into account and discussed intensively. In the way it's now, it's handicapping sport and make it more difficult and expensive to improve for riders and organizers. Dear General Assembly, please postpone this Article 401.7 in terms of sport. This rule is not elaborate in all consequences yet to be improved now. Thanks so much. This is, of course, supported by stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Cici. We will now move on to paradressage, and here I'm happy to provide the floor to Amanda Bond, the chair. Sorry. Thank you.
Just a clarification regarding your request. It was discussed yesterday and there was not identified as a separate vote or anything or postponement. And given the late stage, we cannot do it. So the proposal that were highlighted by Bettina as to the 2 separate votes were the only separate votes that you will be asked to do and to approve the dressage rule. So we cannot take at this late stage this postponement of that article. It should have been identified yesterday. It was discussed and agreed that we would not be postponing that. Thank you.
It can always be put into the consultation for next year. So if you provide this request by the 1st of March, it will be taken into consideration by the dressage committee for next year. Thank you. Thank you, Mikael, for that clarification. So now back to you, Amanda.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Para-Equestrian Technical Committee, I'm delighted to present you with our report. It's been an excellent but a very busy year. We obviously had our World Championships, a superb World Championships, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee in Herning for doing such a fantastic job for integrating para so well within those championships. The committee have been incredibly busy. We've had much work to do this year. It's been a full rules revision year, and we're happy to present those rules to you, hopefully for your approval later today. We held our Para Forum over 3 days and had input from 30 different national federations, so most of our national federations were represented, along with numerous stakeholder groups. And that allowed us to have very good engagement and continued collaboration, working together as we shape our sport for the future. And in shaping the future, we've had a lot of projects. We've done a full review of our education system for judges and stewards and classifiers, and that is now available online, and you can see what is proposed for the future for education starting from 2023. And very much what's in our mind with there is about making that education system accessible for new officials who want to come and join us from wherever they're located around the world. We've also worked on a new initiative starting in 2023, which is a World Challenge for para. And the aim behind that is to increase participation, bring new nations in, and allow it an easier access into our sport for new and young athletes coming in. So an urge to all of you, please, to try and support that challenge, and let's see if we can get para growing in your different nations and regions. And to finish off on the report, I would like to thank all of the committee, but particularly our outgoing members, our Deputy Chair, David Hamer, who's been an excellent member, been involved in many of these different working committees, and we're going to miss him dearly. Also, our athlete representative, Angelica Travers, she leaves us this year. But delighted to say that Angelica will be replaced by Erin Orford, and then a new committee member joining us is Rodolfo Riscala, who is here with us today. I also want to thank our community. I think we have a wonderful spirit where we work together, and I want to thank you for that. It's very healthy, the way in which we work with our sport. And most of all, I want to echo the words of Maribel, to thank Bettina, who also is our director, and we wish her the very best in her new endeavors. So thank you very much. I'll take any questions you might have on the report. There doesn't seem to be any. And then obviously the next point, which is 17.2, which will be the approval of our rules. There were no clarifications to go through, so those will come to you for approval this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amanda. And just maybe to clarify that the para dressage rules would include the outcome of the level of the star level in dressage as well. So that would be taken into consideration. Thank you. So now moving on to eventing committee report by David O'Connor. David?
Yes, good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. President, Secretary General, friends and colleagues from around the world. The report has been published and brought to you in the annexes. And I just want to highlight kind of a couple things I would say is that, one, the growth of the sport up 21% from last year. So the full recovery really of the sport progressing has been up and running and continued around the world. We also had very, very successful World Championships, and we want to thank the Italian Federation for putting on such a great World Championships at Bertoni. Not only was it great sport, and a great day for all of us, but we had the IOC president and a delegation come out and watch and enjoyed the day. So really the thanks has to go so much to the Italian Federation for putting on such a great World Championships for all of us. It was a good day really for the sport in so many different ways, and we had 3 different continents that were all represented on the team podium. So it does show a worldwide interest in the sport. And one of the largest ones we've ever had, 90 individuals, 27 countries represented with 16 teams. So it was a success in so many different ways, and bodes well, I think, for the future. We have also, really want to thank, we have 2 outgoing members this year. We have William Fox Pitt as our athlete representative. He's been a great addition to the committee these last 4 years. Though our replacement has got big shoes to fill, but I'm sure that Bettina will be able to do that. And I also want to thank Jeff Sinclair from Australia, who is also leaving this year, but we've actually just not let him leave because he is also the chair of our risk management working group, and he has committed, or we twisted his arm hard enough that he is actually going to stay on in that role. and still chair that group, which has done so much great work here in this last 3 or 4 years and has had such an effect, I think, on where we've gone from in our risk management ideas. So I want to thank them greatly for their work that they've done here in these last couple of years. We've also launched a harmonization program for the officials, now going into 4 different levels. These recommendations were published in the summer, and the working group that has been assigned to this task has been worked for the last 2 years for their recommendations to be able to be published this year. This will start in 2023 with really ongoing monitoring of the impacts that these changes have on the sport as a whole. The last thing that I would like to say is the challenge, the Eventing Challenge, a new program that was starting to be developed a number of years ago, is being launched in 2023. I would like to encourage a lot of countries to be able to use the challenge as it is being rolled out in 23. It not only helps in so many different ways for promotion of all sports, which we think eventing does, but all equestrian sports, but it also helps increase that fan base and that excitement into sports, which is such a big part of really what we're trying to do also for the promotion of equestrian sport for the Olympic Games. And so the use of the challenge is, we hope, is going to be successful. It's on a format that is very user-friendly, to be able to be done in a small area, not having to build a huge capital expenses with it. So we encourage many countries to be able to use it and to be able to promote the sport even more in so many different ways. The report is in front of you. I ask you to accept that. Are there any questions in the report at all? Seeing none, the rules that we have that be presented to you this afternoon for vote had no withdrawals or separate votes. So as a whole, we'll have that vote this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Moving on to your endurance, and here I'm happy to pass the hand over to Christian Lozano, the chair. Christian?
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, dear President, dear Secretary General, dear delegates. I would like to thank the FIA headquarters, especially the FIA Endurance Department, and Christina for her support and their help and contribution during the year. A special thanks goes to the outgoing athlete Meg Slipper and the incoming Sabrina Arnold, sorry. Yeah. Sabrina Arnold from Germany. This year we have welcomed also 17 new Level 1 officials, stewards and judges since the Level 1 course was released in May. As you know, the 2022 World Championship were postponed and they were allocated to Abu Dhabi, and they will take place on the 25th of February 2023. Under the direction of the FIA Veterinary Department, we've been testing for hyposensitivity horses in 19 different venues and various continents. Endurance stakeholders are now familiar with this new testing procedure, and we receive very positive response from them. Now, I might take any question about the report, if any. Okay. For the rule modification, because there was no clarification asked, it will be presented to you this afternoon for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christian. Now moving on to driving and para-driving. Karoli Fogli, the chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear delegates. You will have received my report, which can be found in the documents of this General Assembly. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank for the outgoing members of the Driving Committee for their contribution and the FEI headquarters for their continued support during the year. just highlight a few things from my report. 2022 was the first full season after COVID-19 outbreak to restart FEI driving without any postponement or cancellations. We had 5 championships. I would like to mention one, which is our future. This is the championship for U25 junior children category, which held in Hungary, in Kisbér, where we had 98 participants from 16 nations, and that was a real success, and this is our future in driving. I would like to ask you if you have any question regarding my report. Seems none. Then I would like to thank you for your very valuable input during yesterday's rule session. Following the consultation with the driving committee yesterday evening, we will propose the following clarifications to the driving rules. Article 937, weight of carriage. The driving committee proposed to retain the 2021 carriage minimum weights and discuss this proposal further during the driving forum will be held in 2023, early first part of the year. This afternoon, you will be asked to vote on the table as shown on the screen. The second point, Article 950 from the driving rules, the dressage arena. There will be a separate vote on these 2 items for the dressage arena. On the first slide, can I have the slide on the screen, please? One will be the approval of the option for 100 by 40 or 80 by 40 arena for all non-championship events for 4-in-hand horses, as you can see in the wording published on the screen. And the second slide will be, the second vote will be on a mandatory 100 by 40 meter arena for 4-in-hand horses championships. The proposed wording is also shown on the screen. Thank you very much. Do you have any question related to these slides or the rule changes? Seems to be none. Then thank you very much for your kind attention, and back to Sabrina.
Thank you very much, Karoli. Moving on to vaulting, Pavla Krusper, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. Dear Mr. President, Ms. Secretary General, dear delegates here in Cape Town, and also delegates who are online. The equestrian vault, including vaulting, could operate in 2022 almost under the same conditions as before COVID-19 pandemic and the EHV1. And I'm very happy personally, and our committee and our community, that we had more vaulting events organized in 2022 than in last pre-pandemic season in 2019. And that's thank you to you, National Federation, for organizing vaulting competitions, so please keep going. I want to take this opportunity also to thank to the organizers of the very 2 successful vaulting championships, FEI European Championships for juniors and the first championship for young vaulters in Kaposvár in Hungary, and FEI Eco Vault Championship for seniors in Höring, VTC, and I'm absolutely positive that I speak also on behalf of all community, appreciates a lot the hard work of both OCs. Regarding vaulting community activities, I won't go into the many details. You will find all the information in the committee reports in your annexes. I only want to highlight the hard work and engagement of the whole committee. In 2022, we went through a full revision of rules and also guidelines. We had introduced new judging methodology and clear guidelines for coaches, and therefore committee had focused in 2022 on education, and this is our ongoing goal, on education, and I don't mean only the education of official, but education of the whole community. To support this goal, we have organized online vaulting forum open in March, and it was open to whole community. We had held 3 online sessions for officials, and thanks to Italian Federation, we could finally, after 2 years, meet in person at the vaulting seminar. Almost 50 participants from more than 20 countries discussed important topics about future of our sport. And I would like to thank the committee members for the effort they constantly put into the VTC projects and development of our sport. Special thanks go to outgoing members, Anita Flaman from Switzerland, Rob de Bruyn from Netherlands, and the athletes representative, Christina Bö from Germany. Without your hard work and commitment, many of good projects would not exist. And I would like to welcome new committee members, Anna Andersson, Lise Berg, and the athlete representative, Lambert Leclezio. Last but not least, I would like to thank you to FEI Voting Department Director, Bettina Deram, and Sport Manager, Letitia Guilleron, for their professional administration and trust in our work. And here I will again echo my colleagues here. Bettina, voting community will miss you dearly. From the bottom of our hearts, we wish you the best luck in your future endeavors. Thank you very much for everything. And here I would like to mention that during the yesterday's rule session, I already explained you that we have two clarification in the rules, in the voting rules, on top of what you have in your annexes, and that is regarding eligibility of the voters, their starting eligibility, and about the salute. I already explained, I think, yesterday, so if you have any additional question to these changes or to the committee reports, I'm happy to answer. If not, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pavla. Moving on to veterinary, here happy to pass the floor to the committee's chair, Jenny Hall.
Thank you, Sabrina. Mr. President, Madam Secretary General, dear delegates, I'd like to start off by thanking the outgoing Veterinary Committee members, Yves Rossier for his support as Deputy Chair, but who also went above and beyond with his support to Tokyo 2020 as Foreign Veterinary Delegate, and Tim Parkin for his expertise and advice both to my committee and more widely within FEI. You have our committee written report in the documents, but a couple of points I would like to highlight. First of all, the publication of the 3 EHV reports in February, April and June of this year. I think we all think that feels a long time ago. And also to take this opportunity to thank Grania Willis for her support with the process of publishing those reports. Part 2 covered the regulations that were implemented as response to this outbreak and that were then incorporated into the 22 vet regs that I know initially created an awful lot of work for many NFs in processing that, but I think we finally got them to where they're working well, and I believe we have already seen the usefulness of them with disease outbreaks that have occurred this year. We also, as you will recall, concluded after a lot of discussions and thoroughly looking at as much evidence as there is and best expert opinion, that it wasn't time to regulate for compulsory EHV vaccination. The online course for those veterinarians fulfilling the role of veterinary services manager at FEI events is now live, and that's part of the education expectations. And finally, I would like to remind everyone that 2022 is the last year of transition for the pony measuring system. So are there any questions on our committee report? I don't see any, so I would, of course, really like to recognise and thank the work of the veterinary department team. And I think we're now going to ask Joran to provide provide an update on the EI influenza vaccine shortage.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Mr. President, dear delegates, colleagues, I would like to just update you on the flu vaccine shortage. In August this year, we were informed by Boehringer Ingelheim of an upcoming shortage of vaccine against equine influenza. This was due to production issues in 2 vaccine plants in France. So far, the shortage has affected parts of Europe, but also some countries in FEI Group 8. We are informed by Boehringer Ingelheim that the shortage will be fully resolved by February 23. Thanks to the high vaccination status and immunity of FEI horses, we were able to temporarily extend the booster intervals from 7 to 12 months. And this extension will be in place until the 1st of April 2023. But I would really like to stress the importance to go back to the normal interval, and this is to ensure that we keep this very high level of immunity and protection for our horses. I know some countries, they don't experience any shortage, and they have asked if they also should move over to 12 months. No, don't do that. If you have vaccines, use them, please. Thank you. Any questions on that matter? No. Can I proceed to the next item, regulations? Thank you, Sabrina. There will be one vote on the veterinary regulations this afternoon. There's one item I would like to inform you about, though. We discussed yesterday Article 1008 on admittance of horses into FEI stables, and we have improved the wording to make it easy to understand. We took help of some native English speakers, and I think that helped a lot. So this is the wording that will be voted on. And do you have any questions on that part? Thank you, crystal clear. So the vote will be on the entire regulation this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joran. So moving on, point 23, we have the Medical Committee report by Mark Hart. Thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to give a brief overview of our medical committee. Basically, our primary responsibilities are athlete anti-doping, which is pertinent to the national federations with all their athletes, and also athlete safety and welfare. So those are our 2 main responsibilities. First of all, I'd like to talk about the anti-doping activities. One of the major emphasis that we're trying to do is education. Hopefully we don't have to enforce adverse results from competitions. So basically the best way to do that is to employ a very strong educational program. And this last year, we presented a presentation at the Secretary General and the Administrators Workshop. We also, ahead of the World Championships, provided an online guide to anti-doping responsibilities for athletes, and we also provided 16 on-site educational programs. Oops, I guess that's my responsibility. These included various programs in all of our disciplines for the FEI, and we tried to distribute them both in the youth activities and also for the senior athletes. The remaining activities that we have this year, it's not going forward, there we go, is some webinars for the national federations coming up the end of November, and also some target athlete support personnel, which are an important part of the team for doing that. Also in 2022, we had online learning for all the testing pool and the registered testing pool applicants. Athlete testing in 2022, The FEI delegates all testing responsibilities to the International Testing Agency, which is based in Switzerland. The goal this year was 510 athlete testing because of various challenges. This year we accomplished 425 tests. A brief overview of this, of the 425 tested, there were 328 athletes, because some athletes are tested twice. It encompassed 51 countries, and there was a pretty equal gender distribution of 167 and 161 male and female athletes, respectively. And then just briefly, you can see the countries that were involved in order right there. Looking at the disciplines, they were pretty well represented across the 7 different disciplines here. And this is just a geographical distribution of where the testing was done this year, both in competition and out of competition. There's 2 types of testing. There's out of competition and in competition testing. The out of competition testing was 114 for equestrian athletes, then again from 26 different countries. In competition, we had 311 total tests, again from 44 different countries. And again, there's a distribution, but it's a pretty wide distribution. These were the in-competition testing events this year, which represented geographical different areas. And then if you can see at the bottom, obviously for the championships in Herning and Petroni, all the different disciplines were tested there. One of the main responsibilities that we have with the medical committee is approving therapeutic use exemptions, which if athletes need to be on a prohibited substance medication, that they have to apply for this. Since January of 2021, only basically the highest level athletes need to go through the FEI, and it's based on a ranking system. Basically, so the non-elite level athletes can go through the national anti-doping associations. And it's really important to know that the national federations have a critical role in educating and helping their athletes be compliant with these regulations, because the consequences are pretty bad. As you know, if any athlete on a team has an adverse effect or a positive drug finding, that the medals are removed and those athletes can be suspended for 2 to 4 years. So it's really important for the NFs to help. There's a lot of online resources for that, which in the report that there'll be links to that. Looking at the World Anti-Doping Association rules, they update them every year. 2023, the only pertinent drug will be a pain medication called Tramadol, which a lot of the athletes unfortunately need sometime because of ongoing injuries, but that will be prohibited. The rule goes into effect January 2023, but they've decided to suspend that to 2024 to give ample time for people to become familiar with that. What's coming up in 2023? Testing program increase. They're going to increase the number of it. FEI education program, we're undergoing revision on our website because of the new WADA regulations. Our next major activity is athlete safety and welfare. As we all know, COVID-19 was a huge issue worldwide. We had a very proactive COVID-19 measures, and we were pretty successful in getting through this pandemic without having any major infections from one of our events. So because the pandemic is transitioned into an endemic stage, we suspended our COVID-19 measures this year. The FEI, also involved in athlete safety, is co-sponsor and co-organizer of the International Conference on Concussion in Sports, which is very pertinent in our particular discipline there. This conference is every 4 years. It was delayed 2 years because of COVID, so we just had it 2 weeks ago in Amsterdam. And from this is a meeting with 650 scientists from around the world. And at the end of the meeting, there is a consensus statement on the diagnosis and the treatment of concussion in sports worldwide. For the next session, we're going to be the World Rugby, and the FEI will be the organizers for that. The other things that we're trying to do is increase the standards around the world for medical coverage, so when athletes go to different events, especially internationally outside their own countries, that they'll be assured of a standard level of medical care. Last year, we published Annex D in the eventing rules, looking at specific medical skill sets that need to be, at the events, and if the athletes are injured. And then what we're going to do, hopefully in 2023, is to work on the other disciplines, so you have a standard wherever you go. Okay, projects under development for this year. We're working on the medical coverage that I just noted above. We also want to run a pilot project identifying National Federation medical advisors, so we can start having a two-way street. We can get the information out to the NFs, and if there's any issues, we can bring it back into the FEI. We're also going to coordinate a creation of an export task force working with the Eventing Risk Management Program for both helmets and protective vests, including the air vest. We're going to expand concussion awareness throughout the world, and then also, because of the directive of the IOC, start working on mental health initiatives and helping our NFs provide better help for our athletes and our other stakeholders in that. I'd like to thank Catherine Ballone, who's the FEI staff, and also an outgoing committee member, Dr. Zoltan Paul. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to stop for a coffee break, and we'll reconvene at 11:30. Thank you.
It's not just talent that makes a horse a champion, it's their heart. And it's our job to care for them, love them, and work with them to create the perfect harmony.
Being a champion means something different to every person.
It doesn't take just one person or one thing to become a champion.
Champions take shape in many different ways, and it's not always how you might see.
Being strong up here and believing in yourself, believing in your horses, believing in your training, everything comes together.
I think what makes a champion is communication and that trust in everybody, and I think that's what makes a champion.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome back to South Africa. I said when we opened up the introduction today, South America. It's my Latin roots got the better of me. I apologize. So we will now move on to the next point of the agenda, and that is the report from the Athletes Committee Chair. And here I'm happy to invite Maria Gretzer to the podium. Maria.
Hello. Dear President, that's better. Thank you, Ingmar. Dear President, dear Secretary General, dear board members and dear delegates. As it's my last meeting, I took this opportunity to be able to stand here. And I will have some small papers. I will be a little bit longer than normal. Don't worry, Ingmar, I clocked it for 5 minutes and 45 seconds. We'll be okay. You can read our report in Annex 24.1. I won't read everything there because that will take them. I won't hold the limit on the 5 minutes and 45 seconds. A few things I want to highlight is that we are very happy that we now 22 have a return to a normal competition year. We had world championships for seniors, for the different disciplines, and they were very, very successful. It was a fantastic show in Herning where I was myself visiting for 10 days with jumping, dressage, para, and vaulting. Really, really top sport. Congratulations, Denmark. And then I wasn't there myself, but I've heard from so many people, riders, drivers, coaches, from Pratoni in Italy. The eventing also went absolutely perfect. It was a great success. We already heard that the IOC president, Mr. Thomas Bach, was there and was very, very happy, guided around by David O'Connor. So we're very, very happy for all the Olympics discipline and, of course, for the others as well. Then a week after in Pratoni was also a very, very smooth and successful four-in-hand championships. Also, like I heard from our board member, Carolee, very successful. And last but not least, the single world championships were in France, in Hara-du-Pin. Very, very good sport. And I can tell you the single driving is very, very quickly growing all over. And it's, I think it makes interest for our equestrian really good. And it's the people who maybe are not top riders, they can really involve with the horses in a very nice way. So that was, we missed endurance. That was a little bit sad, it didn't work, but now we have a good new place to take over in the UAE. So the championship, I'm sure it will be a good championship there in the beginning of the next year. And I'm also very, very happy that before I leave, that I know we have the grooms involved in the FEI, to have them on board. And I spoke to one representative yesterday, and I think that's it's going on and it's growing fast, the people who knows it. So thanks for that. I also want to thank, a lot of thanks to my athletes committee that have been very supportive and very good working, hard working, and for that I'm particularly grateful. And last but not least, my English is not so good. I'm good at stable English, but not writing. So lot of thanks to Francisco that always support me when I have to do some writing. That was a little bit about the report. I will be a little bit longer, sorry for that. Yeah, it is time for me to leave. It has been a great time, but I must say, when I started here in the FEI, I was a bit scared, and the first meetings, I felt like something that the cat dragged into the room. I felt quite useless. I felt I'm not clever enough. My English wasn't good enough. My best friend was actually Google Translate. And, but I have something that I want to pass on to you, and that we all had to deal with when we ride. To win, you must dare to lose. And I can say I won a lot these years being a part of the FEI. Don't worry, you have the best staff to take care of you. You have so much experienced people around you all the time, and also very, very nice, not only experienced. So that made my years very, very easygoing, and a lot of great memories, and I learned a lot. So don't forget, to win, you must dare to lose. It's the same in sport, it's in business, and also in normal life. One more thing I will pass on to you. We all here, we are here for a passion, the horse. I think we all agree on that. So do your work with passion, or you don't do it at all. One more thing I would like to say, always find a reason to laugh. It may not add years to your life, but will surely add life to your years. And I'm really looking forward to a fantastic party tonight, and I'm sure that party will add life to our years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and that comes really from the heart. And it's like you say, in order to win, you need to lose sometimes, and in order to be happy, you also need to be sometimes unhappy, because otherwise you don't know what being happy is. And I hope that you will have a very happy life after so many FEI, 10 years of FEI executive board meetings, teleconferences, board meetings, teleconferences, as general assemblies and meetings of your committee. We will have the opportunity to thank you in a more formal way at the end of this general assembly, but also on behalf of the board, I think I can say thank you so much, Maria, for your great contributions. And before we applaud that, we will listen again to Maria.
I had a little paper written things, but I forgot the most important, of course. Thanks my outgoing members in my committee. They have done a really great job in their different committees. And one more thing to thank FEI that I'm very, very happy for. It's a big change since I started. That now, the last years, you really, like Stefan said, you bring riders, athletes on to the meetings, get them much more involved than when I started. It was really we and them. And that I've seen a big, big change, and I'm looking forward to it to get even more improving and better. And thank you very much for that.
And thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Before we move on, I just wanted to provide the General Assembly with the results of the athletes' election, and I wanted to bring to your attention as to how these elections took place. So regrettably, I have to say that even if we had expanded the number of eligible athletes to vote for these elections, you will see that the participation was quite poor. So just to give you some examples, so for jumping, it was a contested election. Out of 569 eligible athletes to vote, we only received 54 votes, so it's, you know, participation of 10%. For dressage, it was uncontested. There was only one athlete. There were 354 eligible to vote. Only 15 votes were cast. For para-dressage, this was contested. We had 200 eligible to vote and only 10 voted. Eventing, uncontested, 337 eligible to vote, only 5 voted. Driving and para-driving, uncontested, 590 eligible to vote, 23 voted. Endurance, contested, 372 eligible to vote, 42 only voted. And then vaulting, it was uncontested with 360 and only 2 voted. So regrettably, the participation has really been reduced. This compared to, we really simplified things quite a lot for the elections this year. We included a banner on their horse app, which the whole world is now using to remind them, and it was just a simple click. In the past, it was a lot more complicated, but participation was a lot greater. We also did our utmost in communicating. We sent out 4 NF News, 2 FEI updates, press releases, dedicated emails to all the different athletes that were eligible to be nominated and also to vote. We provided information on our website. We sent a media advisory as well. So this is something that we really need to look out in the future. So it's quite sad actually that it was so low as it was. So I don't want my team also to be demoralized. Those who worked so very hard to get these elections to work. So I just want to very quickly thank Julie, Jérôme, and Francisco Alves, as well as the communications team, for really thinking out of the box and trying to find different ways to make these elections happen. We'll do better next time. I don't know what we're going to do, but we'll try and get more participation in the future. So I thought it'd be interesting for you to know. Thank you very much for your attention on that. So now we move on to FEI Solidarity, and here I'd like to pass on the hand to Igmar.
And before doing that, I would take the opportunity, despite maybe the low rate of participation, to congratulate the athletes that have been elected, because it takes some courage to be a candidate and to stand, and we really look forward to a very fruitful cooperation with them in the different technical committees, but of course also in the Athletes Commission. And having said that, we pass to the point FEI Solidarity, and I'm happy to give the floor to our director, Jean-Philippe Camboulive, to provide us with an update and a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Igmar. Dear President and dear Secretary General, dear board member, dear delegate, dear colleagues, thank you to be here and to assist to this presentation. Well, FEI Solidarity, as you know probably all, is more than a department. It's a FEI support on the ground, as you say, Igmar, and is a full set of development tools available for youth federation. In the last 10 years, we developed 511 projects, financed, supported, developed with and by Solidarity for youth advantage and for youth federation. More or less around these 4 pillars: values, national federation, structure development, coach education, athletes training. We develop 450 national officials in terms of education. We help and support 4,500 national coaches in your different countries. And in fact, the interesting point, we involve more than 110 national federations. Yes. As you see from 2023, the total of 511 degrees a little bit during the COVID period. You can understand why, because of course during this time we pass more time in WebEx with you and discussion, but unfortunately less time on the ground and less activity and less operation. In 23, fortunately, the world opened again, and it's absolutely now possible to travel again and to work. These 511 projects are now more or less achieved, and for 2023 we start for 42 new projects. The distribution of these 42 new projects approved by our FEI Solidarity Committee are in a standard distribution per pillar. You remember our 4 pillars: athlete, coach, national federation, values. If you observe a 0 in a pillar coach, is simply because the pillar coach is not in the application system, and the coach education system, the FEI coach education system, is permanently open. And my colleague Andrina Wiprechtiger, in charge of this coach education system, is always happy to receive your application for any course for coaches. You can observe that we have this year a lot of projects directly to help national federation structure and development, and also to help the athletes. Per group, you can observe also the important distribution. With EF and Group 7, we ask a lot of, in terms of number of projects. But again, the distribution comes from the fact that during the COVID period, we postpone lots of projects. And now, essentially for Group 5, for Group 4, for Group 6, we have lots of projects on our plate, and we need to restart in this region. I want to present to you a short roundup of our activity, and I'm very happy to start by one of the most important projects driving by and with FEI Solidarity support is the ASSESS project. In 2018, we start a project to support the African young rider team in a view to compete in the 22 Youth Olympic Games in Senegal. The Youth Olympic Games in Senegal was postponed in 2026, but we continue this project to help the African continent and the youth riders in the African continent. It was very nice to observe how much this project impulse, inspire, motivate rider, coach, but also all the Question family in Africa. The last step of the project, of course, it was the participation of this team for the Youth Olympic Games in Aachen. But before, I would like to thank very warmly Prince Moulay Abdallah El Alawi, the president of the Royal Moroccan Federation, because the Moroccan Federation and Prince Abdallah helped a lot us. He received the last training camp in Rabat. He invited 10 riders from all Africa for a fantastic training camp, and thank you again for your help. The conclusion of this fantastic adventure for the young riders in Africa, it was, as you know, a bronze medal by team, but gold medal for the South African rider and silver medal for the American. And I think we can congratulate a lot all this young generation for the fantastic result. In our NF Roundup, I want also to point a fantastic also project realized by the Group 9. We support a platform to educate online national judges in all the Group 9. As you can understand, it's always complicated to educate officials in a huge region like a Group 9 region. That's why an idea from Group 9, and thank you Gigi to support this important project, it was to create, it was to create an interesting system of education online and followed by our system of educative event to finally certify your dressage judges on a national level. This system is now on the road. Leslie Marwinet, Eleanor Wade, Alexandra Roll, Aino, and Natalie Obday make a fantastic job. I'm very proud, and we are very proud to support this project, because now is an achieved project, is a project active, and you can use this project to educate in a Group 9 your dressage judges. In our roundup, I'm also happy and very proud to the action realized in Bolivia, driving by Marcelo Arteaga, one of our tutors. The Bolivia team realized a fantastic performance in Central America competition, and they have a medal and a very good classification. As an example of athlete training support, another example of development is a pony club system development in Colombia, where Pascal Odone, our tutors, works during 4 years to help Colombia to improve their pony club system. Another example interesting is a school program developed in Bahamas, and Catherine, thank you for your active and strong activity in Bahamas. The school program helps young people to discover equestrian sport, to discover equestrian family, to discover horse, and it was also very important for us to support this program to improve the number of riders in your federation, to improve the interest for equestrian sport, not just on the top, but on a sport participation. We have also a very interesting program, as you know, the retraining of ex-race horses, supported by Longines. Retraining of ex-race horses is an important program for FEI Solidarity, because, as you know, lots of regions have not other possibility that using ex-race horses in a sport development, in a riding school, and it's very important in terms of welfare of the horse, in terms of protection of these horses, to organize a professional manner to retrain these horses and to use these horses for the future in a sport, in a riding school. It's a very interesting program, always available for all of you, and we are very happy to see now how much countries apply for this program. In terms of development, we have also an important support for our stakeholders, vet, farrier, grooms. An example, of course, for farriers this year in Jordan, they develop a very strong and important family of, or community of farriers who works on different countries around Jordan. The course for farriers was also an example of professional and sustainable support, because, of course, more you have good farrier, better work your horse. No horse, no food. Regarding the course for groom, we have also a very important program. The course for grooms is now one of our major support in many countries, and we are very happy because we work together with different federations to improve the level of the groom. But of course, if we improve the level of the groom, we improve the level of welfare of the horse, the level of attention given on all the horses and pony. And to finalize a short roundup, as explained in Ingmar yesterday, one of our important time in our department is the organization every year of the FEI course for National Secretary General of National Federation and Administrator. Every year we have this course. It's the beginning of October. Every year we are very happy to invite you. We use important support for International Olympic Committee to invite you to give to you 5 full days of information about how to work with FEI. You meet our colleagues in the FEI headquarters. You work with us during 5 days, and it's a very important time of my department. I want to highlight a little bit a very specific program. Probably you know what is a ESE. It's in fact, ESE is an event. Equestrian Sport Educative Event is a tool, is a development tool to help your national federation to teach, qualify, certify the officials in all the different sports. In 23 now, we have a package of ESE on all the different FEI disciplines. And I'm very happy because now we constitute a very important pool of experts and tutors able to help you to develop your officials in your country. Again, I'm very clear, the SCE are not a tool to teach FEI officials. It's a tool to teach, educate, and certify national officials. That's why thank you to use this tool. And thank you also regarding your interest to receive our tutors and our experts. The last ESCE was in Côte d'Ivoire, and it was a famous success for the Côte d'Ivoire to teach the course designer, the officials, the judges, and we involve always a coach. Now, a short video to present our two important new education programs, the Stable Manager Education Program and the Biosecurity Education Program.
The stable manager is central to the daily operations of any sports stable or riding school. It is a rewarding job. It gives the chance to be around horses, care for them, and put to use equine and business management skills. Stable managers are key to the lives and welfare of horses. They are responsible for providing a calm, clean, and safe environment, as well as ensuring that their stable staff remains focused and organized at all times. Stable managers need to master a wide range of skills. And this is why the FEI has created a comprehensive education program to help you develop business and communication competencies, together with knowledge of horse welfare standards and horsemanship.
Well, a short point regarding the Stable Manager Education Program. It's not just a course, it's an education program full, realized with the support of the best professional expert. We have now a group of tutors happy and ready to go in new federation. We start, and thank you for the Portugal Federation, we start in Portugal. We try by a pilot course, the first course. Now this course is available for you by the application system, and I engage you to apply for this course because it's probably one of the most important elements in our set of education program. I'm happy now to speak about the Biosecurity Education Program. Just a short detail. This Biosecurity Education Program was made in collaboration, in professional and very straight collaboration with my colleague Goran Agastrom and all the vet team, Katerina Termin as a vet advisor. And we realized this biosecurity education program also not in emergency, but really to take in consideration all the biosecurity problem around the world.
Disease outbreaks caused by viruses and other pathogens can be devastating for people and animals alike. An infectious equine outbreak can cause the suffering and loss of horses. It also leads to the cancellation of sporting events, to travel restrictions, and can damage businesses and lead to financial and job losses. Sports horses are global citizens who compete around the world. To protect their safety and health, FEI event organizers must ensure a safe sanitary environment. To help event organizers in this complex task, the FEI has created a special education program elaborated in collaboration with a group of equine professional experts in the field of biosecurity. The objective of this program is to provide trainees with a good understanding of the FEI biosecurity rules and standards, so that they can support veterinarians at FEI events and take action in the unlikely occurrence of an outbreak.
The biosecurity education program, again, is available, and don't hesitate to ask by an application, and Goran and the veterinary department and my department will be very happy to respond very quickly to your request. Well, FEI on the ground is also the work of a team. We are 4 in the staff on the FEI, but more or less 52 people, experts, help us to work around the world. In your region, in your continent, we have a different FEI development officer on a work every day. And specifically, during this year, I assume a part of this role with my role of director, but I was not alone, and I involved a certain number of top experts to realize this mission. Globally, we work in Morocco for this ASEC training camp. I was in Iran with my team for the youth education program, in Barbados to identify athletes in view of the next Central American and Caribbean Games, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, Oman in January, Algeria, Group 9 workshop. At the end, our missions are multiple and different. More specifically, this year, Camille Martin was involved as a FEI Regional Development Officer for Asia. He helped Nepal on a field mission. He helped Cambodia. He worked with China, essentially by WebEx and unfortunately. And Camille works very nicely, very actively for Asia. This year, we receive also the support from Theodore Shaitanov, who is now the FEI Regional Development Officer for EEF. Theodore works now with us, and he received the mission to help the different projects on European Equestrian Federation. He works in Cyprus, in Malta, in North Macedonia. End of October, beginning of November, we provide ESC jumping in Cyprus. As a consultant, as a technical helper, as a guide, our development officers are also on the ground to receive the information, to audit your federation, to implement our program. And don't hesitate to contact directly our development officer on the ground if you have an idea, because we have a catalog of different programs and activity, but we never refuse a tailor-made program. Well, FEI Solidarity, you understand, is also different, very strong and sustainable program. One of the most important is surely the FEI Coach Education Program managed by Andrina Wiprechtegger, our colleagues. From 21-22, 405 coaches receive and participate on a course. You need to know that we have courses in the Olympic discipline, but also in endurance, specific course, in vaulting, specific course, in driving, specific course, and at the end, all these courses help you federation to improve the training level, the coaching level in your country. 38 courses, and this year, with the driving committee, we developed the new coach education program for driving. The FEI coach education in endurance is also now on the road to develop a level 2 to prepare on a better level in terms of endurance, and the success of the level 1 course for coach in endurance was really good. We have also different tools, different sport tools. FEI Solidarity developed from more than 10 years now different FEI World Challenge. You know, the FEI World Challenge is a series, is a competition, but is a national sport with a FEI support. We have a jumping series on 3 categories, A, B, and C. This year, 35 countries, 290 competitors, 290 competition, 800 athletes compete. It was very important because the FEI World Challenge in jumping is also a support to qualify the young athletes for Youth Olympic Games. It's also an important series because the series qualifies your athletes for the FEI World Final. In dressage, we developed 5 categories. This year, 38 countries, 170 competition, plus 350 athletes. I'm very happy because the FEI World Challenge in dressage is extremely supportive for your federation, and many federations use the FEI World Challenge to improve their level and to qualify for regional games, Central American, Caribbean, Central American, South American, Balkans, etc. But we have now a vaulting series, and please, I know, Pavla, you speak and explain very well around the different meeting in a group, because we work, of course, very closely with the technical committee. We developed the vaulting series. The vaulting challenge is one of the best tools to develop vaulting in your country. This year, 3 categories, only 4 countries, 5 competitions, 50 athletes. I'm sorry, guys, move for vaulting, because it's very important to use, and it's very important for your country and for your children. But this year, and available in 23, I'm very happy and very proud. Thank you, David, and thank you for your support. The eventing series, the FEI World Challenge eventing, in 3 categories, 3 levels, 1-day event, including dressage test, jumping course, cross-country, 3 categories, C, B, and A. The parenthesis is the category C is very simple. You can organize this if you have a rugby field or a polo field. It's enough to start and to develop eventing. Thank you again for all the experts and tutors, and thank you to the eventing committee and eventing department to work with us together to develop this eventing series. You speak about a new challenge on the horizon. As a continuation to the development on their respective discipline, driving committee and para-dressage committee engage a fantastic run to prepare FEI World Challenge in driving and para-dressage. And I'm very happy to this collaboration, because the FEI Driving Committee has established a first draft of the rules and is now working on the course plan and format, and the FEI Para-Dressage Department is working on finalizing the first draft of the rule for this new series. It's very important for us, but it's very important for you. Again, I'm sorry if I repeat a lot, but the FEI World Challenge is the most important tool to develop an FEI discipline in your country. Thank you for Driving Committee, and thank you for Para-Dressage Committee for your very close collaboration. And thank you for my colleague for the sport department also, because we realize a very strong job. This year, due to the cancellation, the postponement of Dakar, FEI decided to organize the FEI Youth Equestrian Games in Arran. Mr. Kemperman and Arran, the team organization, received this fantastic show, this fantastic competition. 30 athletes from 30 national federations, 30 coaches plus 6 chefs d'équipe arrived in Arran for 10 days. During 10 days, we organized, to maintain the spirit of the YOG, a training and education session. We realized an educational workshop based on the IOC 365 Athletes Education Program, and 9 different workshops were organized through the event in the following topics: mental fitness, physical fitness, concussion with the participation of the top doctors from Lausanne. And we invite also for mental fitness good specialists, social media, career plus, leadership, human anti-doping, equine anti-doping, and our president in Davos was involved in this education session, and you give a very interesting and important moment of education for this young and future generation. But the success of this event was a result of the excellent collaboration between the FEI. Thank you, Marco Fuste, thank you, Stefan Ellenbrook, for your active participation, because we worked together from the beginning. Thank you also all the other departments, communication, marketing, to support our effort in this fantastic organization. And of course, Frank Kemperman and Team Arran realized a fantastic job to receive during 10 days all these young people. As you know, the YEG were organized on board horses, which were provided for this occasion, And due probably to the high quality of these borrowed horses in Germany, the level of the sport was huge and the quality of the show was up to our expectation. The goal of bringing together a new generation of young and talented athletes and offering them the best of our sport has to offer was reached beyond anyone's expectation. You can see how much it was a good event when you see the face of this young generation. As a conclusion, the egg were a success where we witnessed great sport and exemplary sportsmanship among a group of amazing young people. I want again to say thank you specifically to Andreina because she supported very actively this project during all the development. It was a nice it was a really nice pictures for this year, but unfortunately, this year it was not only a nice pictures for our equestrian family. Following the invasion of Ukraine by Russian military forces on 24 February, the FAI set aside 1 million Swiss francs Solidarity Relief Fund to aid all the equestrian community in the country. In the month that followed, the United States Equestrian Federation, USEF, also joined forces with the FAI Solidarity Relief Fund, establishing the USEF Ukraine Relief Fund to support Ukraine horses and equestrian, and with 100% of funds raised going to the FAI Solidarity Relief Fund to be distributed by the FAI for projects approved by USEF. Support to the equestrian community in Ukraine has been ongoing since February and through the summer months. Working closely with the Ukrainian Equestrian Federation, Charity Foundation, the FAI Solidarity Relief Fund has established a number of programs and activation with the help of the Charity Foundation, providing invaluable insight and logistic support on the ground. First of all, our general approach has been about supporting and leading initiatives to provide relief to the Ukrainian equestrian community rather than distributing money. When the conflict began and there was a desperate need to relocate horses, we initially set up a logistical hub in Granite. With our friend from VET department, we worked strongly to establish the first hub located in western Ukraine, city of Lviv and the Polish border, to prepare horses for transfer into the European Union. However, as time went on, we quickly realized we could provide a lot of relief to horse owners by helping them keep their horses in safer region within Ukraine. And for this, we purchased a number of horse box which have been set up in strategic hubs around Ukraine, providing hundreds of horses with a safe place to stay. Funding and distribution to regional hubs of critical horse supplies such as fees, bedding, and medication are also among the initiatives the FAI is supporting through the FAI Solidarity Relief Fund. We have been able to identify the specific needs and direct our assistance thanks to the great collaboration with UF and whose guidance we rely upon and who are our eyes and ears on the ground. I want a special thanks to European Equestrian Federation, British Equestrian Federation and Family, and of course all equestrian community who helps and support our effort. You can see the number of action. And now I am very happy to give the floor to Mikhailo, Pachmorchuk, the UEF, Ukraine Equestrian Federation Secretary General, to speak about the action directly managed by UEF. Thank you, Mikhailo. Thank you so much. If you have more questions, I propose to answer after the end of the presentation, Igmar. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, my name is Mikhailo Parkhomchuk. I'm from Ukraine. I'm here to express my gratitude behind the entire equestrian community of Ukraine to FAI Solidarity, to United States Equestrian Federation, to British Equestrian, and all our friends from our very big FAI family for your help and support. During the 8 months of the war, we received a lot of help from you, it is very important for us to know that we are not alone and we have so many friends in the world. We lost a lot in this war. Our homes, equestrian infrastructure, horses, and the most important, the lives of our people. The war is not over. The war continues. But today we are already thinking about our future after the end of this war. It is very important for us to restart equestrian sport in Ukraine. And restoration of the equestrian infrastructure is the #1 issue for us. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your help and support. We will win together. Thank you for your attention.
Now, Ingmar, the floor is yours for the nomination of the FER Solidarity Committee members.
Yes, maybe first, I know that you are always very convincing when you do your presentations, and I know that you have already spoken with a lot of federations here. I think you had over 20 or 30, I don't know, meetings here with individual national federations. But if there are any questions or comments from the floor, we are happy to take them at this stage. No? And also, just a reminder for the people online, you can also participate and ask questions through the chat. Don't forget that. But as there are no questions, thank you very much, Jean-Philippe. So you were very convincing. And that brings us then to the next point, is the composition of the Solidarity Committee. I asked to present a slide. Yes, thank you. So first of all, as a kind of a housekeeping, the vote on this composition will only be taken after point 27, after the elections, because the FEI president is automatically, according to the statutes, automatically the chair of the FEI committee. And I must say that this is a kind of a legacy of my predecessor, Her Royal Highness Princess Haya, who believed it was really important that the FEI president had the responsibility, had an important responsibility for the development of the sport in the world by making the president automatically in charge and responsible for Solidarity and the Solidarity Committee. With regard to the composition, so we have to take that vote only after the elections, because you first need to have a president before you can then have a chair of the Solidarity Committee. I hope that makes any sense. After consultation with the regional groups, chairs, the regional group chairs, we are happy now to propose the following composition. So the president you know already. From the EEF group, a new member, Marjukka Manninen, the president of the Finnish National Federation. From Group 3, Sadir Mamitov from Kyrgyz Republic, who is also, by the way, the president of the National Olympic Committee of his country. From Group 4, Catherine Ramsing-Pierre as a member. Group 5, we have a new candidate here, Juan Manuel Melgar Bardales from Guatemala, who's the National Federation president. From Group 6, the president of Chile, Luis Miguel Soria Cespedes. I hope I pronounce it right. For Group 7, a new member, Badr bin Mohammed Al Darwish, the new Qatari president, and also the Secretary General of the Asian Equestrian Federation. From Group 8, Michaela Konyuango-Jaworski from the Philippines, a former National Federation president, but I believe very important, you will agree with me, she's a member of the executive board of the International Olympic Committee, so a very important person to represent our interests also in the level of the IOC. And Group 9, Mary Binks, you all know, former board member and group chair, who has also a large experience in development and a lot of knowledge to share. If you look at this, you will see that there is gender equality, because I believe that is also important for this committee. Gender equality, of course, if you not consider the position of the chair, as we have 9 members. I would like to take also this opportunity to thank the outgoing members, Ulf Hellegstrand, who is here present, Hania Chinchili de Wolf, who is hopefully online. Special thanks also to His Highness Prince Moulay Abdallah Alaoui from Morocco, and also here present Glenda Warburton from Eswatini, not Swaziland. Thank you very much, all 4 of you, for your excellent work and contributions. I would also like to thank the department, FEI Solidarity Department. I am always a bit jealous on them, because they have always this good news show, distribute positive things, money. But I must say they are a very passionate, dedicated, motivated team under the leadership of Jean-Philippe. So thank you very much to your team for all the good work you do. I'm happy to take any questions, but as I said, the vote will take place after the elections. Are there any questions about this? Comments? No? Then I would like to thank you and remind you that we will have the approval of the composition of the committee after the elections, and we will do that in one vote. Thank you very much, and the floor is back to you, Sabrina.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now we're going to move on to the Nominations Committee report, and here I'd like to invite the chair, Nyla Stussel, to the podium. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, Madam Secretary General, dear board members, dear fellow delegates. My aim is to briefly outline the work of the FEI Nominations Committee throughout the year 2022, and I do hope you had the chance to look into our written report, and therefore I will keep my input now concise. In 2022, we did work in a reduced composition in our committee, as our representative of the FEI Regional Group 6 had to resign from its position due to health issues, and his substitution was subject to the regular election process. So we are looking forward to resume our work for 2023, then again in a complete setting of all 9 FEI group representatives. After 2 years of online meetings, we did return to an in-person meeting, or actually a hybrid meeting, having 1 committee member participating online. And also, I would like to mention that we continued our work after our meeting in May by being available for online vettings because of certain positions not having had any candidacies at the moment of our meeting, and that positions then had to be reopened for applications, and consequently the candidacies were finally vetted at a later stage of the year. So as of the meeting itself, I can tell you that it was held very efficiently, and I would like to thank at this point the FEI staff and also the technical committees that were all well prepared and available at all times. And now I do experience recurrent interest in the role and work of the nominations committee, and so here I am to remind you that the committee's task is to contribute to the FEI's good governance and aiming at recommending to the decision-taking bodies which are for certain positions the FEI board and for others at the FEI General Assembly, and recommend really the best possible candidates. So what is the best candidate? We all must be honest that checking formalities of the candidatures like CVs, recommendation letters, and vetting the candidates regarding the vacancies and respective job descriptions whilst looking at the current composition of the technical committees is only one part of the job. But knowing our community, the people behind names and nationalities and agendas and goals is the other very important part in this job. This is also why our institutional exchange with the technical committees that share with us their needs and considerations is of utmost importance. Ultimately, after looking for the matching skill set and objective qualification, we as nominations committee are also asked to evaluate candidates with regard to diversity. Diversity meaning geopolitical, gender, and age aspects. However, this just described task of the nominations committee will and has to be considered as a very sensitive one. A differentiation in the assessment, a certain weighting of aspects is inevitable. And this leads me already to my closing remark, and it is once more, like I did last year and will probably do next year, a call to action to you, dear members of the FEI, national federations, that it remains in your responsibility to scout and screen for talent, pooling it, assessing it, and promoting it. We are all united in the interest of finding the best possible people to contribute to and be part of the work of our international governing body, known as the FEI. And with this, I have closed my report and thank my colleagues of the committee, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Naila. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of jumping around now because we would like to break at 1 o'clock. So we're going to go to point 29, and after lunch, as we mentioned, we'll do the voting. So 29 is clean sport. Thank you very much, Jorn.
Thank you, Sabrina. I would like to present to you the Clean Sport report. So as you will see from this report, we are still in 2021. We did not reach up to the normal numbers between 5,000 and 6,000 samples that we are aiming for, and that is of course due to COVID. But I'm happy to tell you that we're heading towards 6,000 this year. If you look at the percentage of positive samples, they remain about the same. We had you will see 2019, there was a quite large number, and those a quite large percentage, and that is mainly due to a high number of contamination cases of synephrine that, especially here in South Africa, you will be very much aware of. Otherwise, it's about the same. We'll see what the numbers for 2022 will show us. As part of the Clean Sport, we also have the hyposensitivity control system that also the endurance chair spoke a bit about. We rolled it out in 2021 efficiently, but I've also added the numbers for 2022 so far for you to see how it's evolving. And so far this year, we've done a bit more than 1,000 examinations. We have tested at 19 shows, and we have 6 to go. The positive cases last year was 9, this year 10. And I think the most significant effect of this system is the prevention of fractures. We have less catastrophic injuries in endurance than we used to have. We still have them, but in most cases they have been related to proper crashes and not breakdown of very tired, bone-fatigued horses. So it's We believe this is a very successful program, and as the endurance chair mentioned, is very well received now by the community. We also have a program that is targeted on the opposite, hypersensitivity, legs that are made more sensitive for the horse to jump more carefully. And in 2021, we did not test much, very much due to COVID. We have educated more examining veterinarians, and this year we have so far tested more than 1,300 horses. And we've done 9 shows so far and another 6 to go as well. Very few cases, and again, this is a deterrent. We are expanding the program now to test at also more low-level events. It's been a lot in the 5 stars, but we're moving towards 2 and 3 stars, and we're targeting the tours as well, because we know that those may be high-risk events for this type of abuse. Moving on then to the legal cases, and please note that the 2022 numbers are up to the last of September this year. You will see 2019 figures are high, but again, the significant cases, South Africa, Mexico particularly. Doping and medication. Doping is banned substances. Medication is controlled medications, findings with more than one substance of controlled medication or with a previous offender with medication or doping. Fast track is single findings and with someone that never had a clean sport offense before. If we look at these numbers by discipline, you will note that jumping and endurance sticks out, and that is not strange at all because they have a lot more starters, and we also test more in those disciplines. But despite that, jumping is very much larger as a sport with many more starters than endurance, and endurance still have more positives than jumping. This is concerning. It has been a concern for a long time, and the picture doesn't look better if you look in the real doping cases. Use of banned substance, findings of bad substances in samples where endurance again sticks out. As a result, we will continue to target endurance as a discipline more than the other disciplines. It's a natural consequence of these findings, and we hope that the continued sampling, the hypersensitivity control program, and also the increased educational efforts that we are taking now will hopefully improve the situation. Thank you. Any questions on clean sport? Thank you. No, Sabrina, can I continue with?
I think that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. So, International Horse Sports Confederation. I'll start with a presentation slide. Many of you will know what this is, but there's quite a number of new people as well. So I take a brief presentation first. This is a partnership between the FEI and the International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities, IFHA. We work with facilitation of temporary international movement of sport horses. Temporary and sport horses, that is important to note. We have a group of technical experts. We work with education, we work with prevention, but we also support during outbreaks, which was one of the activities that we did during the outbreak in Thailand, where we were much involved as advisors and lobbyists as well. IHSC has a public-private partnership with the World Organization for Animal Health, WOA, formerly named OIE. This partnership forms also a technical committee where we work particularly with research that is aimed to facilitate improved biosecurity and this movement of horses. But we also have created tools for movement of horses. Many of you will be familiar with equine disease-free zones, and HHP, which stands for High Health, High Performance Horses, which is another concept. We also work towards WOA with their terrestrial code, which is the set of standards that regulate international trade with animals, where horses are included in a good way. And current improvements on that side is, for example, better wording on glanders, for example, Sura, but there's also ongoing work on Venezuelan equine encephalitis, which is a real key factor when you move horses from South America up to North America. It's a real trade obstacle. So we hope that that will be one way where we can help improving. But a very major part is capacity building of both the private and public sectors. And I'll give you some examples of that. Some of you have participated in the 6 regional workshops that we conducted 2017 to 2019. And I'll give you some examples of ongoing activities. So the first workshop was actually here in South Africa, Johannesburg, and it was presented that Sura Dorin testing when you move horses, especially into South Africa, was a very major obstacle for movement. There was no OA reference lab at the time. We have pushed very hard for that, and now there's actually 2 of them. This is helpful also for countries moving horses into European Union because they require also testing against Sura, which Turkey, for example, was painfully reminded of earlier this year. The Guatemala Montevideo workshop, we have a very promising project started just a couple of weeks ago. It's an implementation of harmonized health certificates in all Group 6, major parts of Group 5, and we're doing this together with the WOA and International Racing. I have presented on that for those relevant FEI groups, and we have good hopes of this 2-year project. Another major factor that was identified, especially in Guatemala, was the lack of lab capacity in some of the countries. That was really blocking trade, movement of horses. Infectious anemia was one of the major issues. And now we are, together with WOA, preparing a major project to increase the capacity, especially on the educational training side and certification level in various national labs in South America. Hong Kong, workshop from 2018. WOA has received a lot of money from one of their members, and there is now a project on horse movement. It's for all type of horses, but one of the 3 main parts is on sport horses. And they will be working closely with FEI Group 8, with Jack, and with myself, and many national federations will also be contact, especially their national head veterinarians. The Morocco workshop in 2019 has been hugely successful. There has been EDF SEDS established, and there's a lot of very pragmatic and constantly forward-moving activities within FEI Group 7. So I'll take the opportunity to thank Sami and Dr. Anas Hassan for the great work that they are doing with this to move this forward together with the OAE people. The Moscow workshop that was held right after the General Assembly in Moscow, we never got a chance to get going with any major activities. However, horses under transports are now eligible for an emergency hotline that is available in all countries in Eurasia, all member countries of UA, which is most of them, for support if there are issues with health certificates at the border, for example. So it's a small, but yet in some situation valuable activity. We're now in South Africa, and as Ian Sonne said in his welcoming speech, and also you've seen in the welcome letter, this is a major, very major problem for the movement of horses and for the life of horses and the entire horse community in Sub-Sahara. Apologies for the picture, but this is how it looks when it's at its worst. It's an infectious but non-contagious disease, and it can spread extremely rapid by insect vectors. We saw that happen in Thailand just a couple of years ago. And this disease can affect, it's mostly equid, so zebras, donkeys, mules, horses. But horses are the most susceptible ones, and horses are actually at risk of 50 to 95% risk of dying if they are infected. Compare that with COVID, a couple of percent. So this is just a terrible disease. It's endemic in large parts of FEI Group 9, but everyone needs to be reminded that this is also a global threat. And it's extremely important that everyone is aware of that risk and understand the risk, understand that this could happen in very many of our NFs if someone is stupid enough to import a zebra from South Africa, for example, which is what happened in Thailand. Vaccines are extremely important. But it's a difference between the needs. So here in the endemic area, so it's for the working equidae, for people to actually have a livelihood, to have functional economy. They are used for transport, they are used for food production. But for those that compete with horses, breed horses, it's also mandatory in many countries by law to have these horses vaccinated against African horse sickness. And Ian mentioned there was something really exciting going on, and that is the possibility to open up the AHS free zone, which is more or less where we are standing right now in this very area. It's a tiny, tiny part in the bottom left corner of the picture, but this has to be protected by vaccinated horses in other zones. So if that doesn't work, it's going to be a major obstacle for this zone to be opened up and for them to participate in international competition and bring horses here as well for competition. Globally, it's about having vaccines available should there be an outbreak. It was really difficult in Thailand, and I'm now going to present to you a really worrying situation. There's generally one manufacturer. It's a government-owned, on-the-spot biological product here in South Africa. They normally supply the endemic region with live attenuated vaccines, but they also produce 15 livestock vaccine, including foot-and-mouth disease. So failure in a factory like this could lead to a starvation catastrophe because people just won't have food. Their animals die. So it's not just about horses, this. They have major production issues. And for example, Tanzania, Kenya, as Mary Binks mentioned, there are 0 doses available. 0 doses available. And of course, with this, they're not capable of producing vaccines for any outbreak outside Africa. That speaks for itself. So right now, the world is unprotected. However, work is ongoing. One of the major problems is a freeze-dryer breakdown, but it needs to actually be open a tender process for that. There needs to be an order on it, and from that order is placed, to my understanding from Ian, that will take 18 months until it's up and running here in the factory. And that's a dangerous period. Here in South Africa, there's been a great initiative with collaboration between the different horse industry bodies. A task force is formed. Ian and the national head vet, Sheila Hegarty, are members of that. I personally liaise, of course, with Sheila and hopefully in the future now also with Ian, but we directly with the chair of this who comes from South African equine health protocols. There is one, let's call it a reserve solution, not for this area, but for the rest of the world. There is an inactivated vaccine that will be not effective enough in this area, most likely not anyway, but it could provide protection in face of an outbreak in some other parts of the world. The problem with this vaccine is that there is insufficient scientific documentation to have a license on it. I've addressed that with the UAE delegation, and they've been extremely helpful and will address this on a higher level in the country to that lab. So hopefully we can start moving towards that so we have this protection. If we look a little bit further on, mid and long-term vaccine solutions, there are ongoing and recent projects. Here in South Africa, there's one. It's a modern vaccine based on Boehringer Ingelheim technology. They've been working on this for several years, and Ian reported that they are currently testing immunity and safety on horses. So that study is actually ongoing. Despite this progress, despite all these years of research, it will still take several years before we have something on the market, if it is successful. You will see that there's a relation to another project. It's called SPIDVAC. It's European Union funded with a lot of money, 6 million euro. And it has a lot of interested bodies in Europe, but also here in South Africa, the same university, the same researcher, but also Boehringer Ingelheim with their technology. And my understanding is that there will be a lot of collaboration and possibly in some parts merging of these projects, which is a great news. OBP has also, funded by Hong Kong Jockey Club, worked previously on an inactivated African horse sickness vaccine project, similar to that in Dubai, that would be mainly targeted to the rest of the world. However, it's very unclear status due to the production issues and other matters in OBP. And right now, we don't have much information on where that is going. So what is IHSE doing on this matter? When the group of FEI, Group 9, Gigi, informed us, or rather alerted us of the issues early this year, we formed a vaccine working group. It's chaired by John McEwen, that many of you will know. What we aim to do is to support the South African horse industry group to resolve the acute situation. They work best on the ground here, of course, but if we can help with other parts, for example, in Europe, European Union, so we do that, and that's what we've been doing now for some time. We also seek alternative HS vaccines, and one of our consultants have really seeked up projects that were active all the way back to the 80s when Spain had outbreak, to see what the possibilities are. And now, what I'm doing right now, create awareness in horse industry and public sector. So underway is an action plan. It will be presented to IHSE management, which is particular, it's the FEI president and the IFHA president. And we are preparing also parts of this action plan. I can reveal already now. It's preparing dossiers for emergency licensing of vaccines. That would say weeks, not to say months, in a licensing process. We are exploring options for vaccine banks, locally here, but possibly also in other places of the world. There are different models for that. It will, of course, need funding, so we are looking into that part as well. And we will continue to promote further studies of non-licensed vaccine, and we hope that we can also see further studies being made of the Dubai vaccine, which could help protect the other world. However, most likely not be helpful in the endemic situation here in South Africa. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions, comments.
Any questions or comments? No? Well, then thank you very much, Joran. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now stop for lunch, and we will be back at exactly 2:15 this afternoon. Thank you very much.
across the river. City life reflects on me. Walking through the record store, talking to my friends now. I can see your face, baby. Standing here watching you, watching you, watching me.
You can depend on certainty. Count it out and weigh it up again. You can be sure you've reached the end, and still you don't feel. Do you know you're beautiful? Do you know you're beautiful? Do you know you're beautiful? You are. Yes, you are. You can ignore
J'ai largué mes frêles amas et je pars pour une odyssée où le soleil sera mon phare. D'ouest en est, soir au matin, je reste fidèle à son chemin qui me dispense d'autres besoins. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans compas ni boussole, mon seul jalon c'est l'étoile d'or. À qui voudrait me retrouver, l'unique guide c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or. Du point du jour au crépuscule, périple aux multiples escales. Là où à midi l'astre brûle, d'aéroport en blanc cargo, j'ai navigué net de repos, qu'un court moment avant l'aurore. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans compas ni boussole, mon seul jalon c'est l'étoile d'or. À qui voudrait me retrouver, l'unique guide c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or. Et quand enfin je reviendrai, vous pourrez voir tous les étés dans mon regard bleu scintiller. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans compas ni boussole, mon seul jalon c'est l'étoile d'or. À qui voudrait me retrouver, l'unique guide c'est l'étoile d'or. Sans carte ni calendrier, mon seul repère c'est l'étoile d'or.
what you want forever. Let it stay our triumph day by day. Our love stays like our first day. After all this time, it's just begun. What we have now is better than before. It's much better. Our pain was not in vain. No game anymore. No. Come on, take my hand, my soul to your rhythm. Your body's mine. I own it. Through these days, we navigated in our ambitions of love. I trust you now. I'm thankful for what we have done, for what we are now. What we have now is better than before. No comparison. Our pain was not in vain. No game anymore. You're mine, I'm yours. What we are now is much better than before. I feel red days on the sand, and the night is our friend, helping us to give it all. If you are my firewood, I am your flame. My life is yours, I'm born on you. What we have now is better than before. Our pain was not in vain. No game anymore. No game anymore. What we have now is better than before. Our pain was not in vain. No game anymore. What we have now O que a gente tem agora é muito melhor, é muito melhor. Our pain was not in vain. No game anymore. What we have now is better than before. Nossa Our dor, pain was not in vain. No game anymore. Day by day, let it stay our triumph. On you, like our first day. Flame without smoke, love without question. My body's yours, your body's mine. It's just begun.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Here, this one.
This one doesn't work? Ah. Okay, so there was just a little bit of an issue with electricity. They are now rebooting. So stay where you are, and we should probably start in about 5 minutes. So thank you very much for your patience and your understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, welcome back to the General Assembly. We are going to start this afternoon with the voting. We will start with the election of scrutineers, but before that, I will provide you a little bit of information. We have 66 national federations in person here, and 34 of them online, so it makes a total of 100. Before we vote, there will be one test vote, one dummy vote, and this will be run by Lumi, as I already explained early on. A secret ballot is compulsory for all contested elections. All resolutions of the FEI General Assembly require a simple majority of the cast votes unless the statutes provide for a qualified majority. Abstentions are not counted as cast votes. All resolutions for the hybrid General Assembly require a simple majority except the President, who shall be elected by 2/3 majority of the votes cast. Abstentions, again, are not counted as cast votes. Excuse me. If there were to be a deadlock, the President would have a casting vote in this event. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will start, as I mentioned before, with the election of the scrutineers. And the question that will be, excuse me. We first have the dummy vote, as I mentioned beforehand. So we will commence with the dummy vote, the test vote. And the question asked is, will the weather be sunny tomorrow? You have 3 choices here: yes, no, abstention. Lumi will inform you when the votes are open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as explained, we're going to run this test vote, and I'll give a short explanation of how to vote both for those in the room and online. So, for those of you in the room, shortly the vote will appear on your screen, and you'll see your yes, no, and abstain options. You use the trackball in the middle of the keypad to scroll between your options, and once your option is highlighted, press that trackball again, and your option will be confirmed. You'll then have vote received appear on your screen, and you can click the green triangle to show the way you have voted for confirmation. For those of you online, momentarily, the vote will appear on your screen on the left-hand side of the Lumi platform. Very simply, you need to select your desired choice. Your choice will be highlighted, and a confirmation message will confirm the way you have voted. So this test vote is now open. So once again, for those of you in the room, you simply need to use that trackball in the middle of your keypad to scroll between your three options, and then click that trackball again or the green triangle to select your choice. For those of you online, the vote will appear, or should have appeared now, on that left-hand side, and you simply click your choice, yes, no, or abstain. You'll see that your choice is highlighted, and that confirms that your vote has been received. I can see the votes are coming in nicely, so we'll give a further 30 seconds to cast your vote. If you do need any assistance in the room, please raise your hand, or if you're online, please send a message in the chat. We'll close the vote in 15 seconds. This test vote is now closed, and the results will be displayed shortly. I'll hand back to you, Sabrina. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So of the possible 96 votes, 77 were cast. 69 of you said yes, no, 8, 9, abstention. So tomorrow it will be sunny. I don't know where, maybe everywhere. Thank you. Okay, now more to serious stuff. We move on to point 3, which is the election of the scrutineers. And the question is, do you approve the following scrutineers for the FEI Hybrid General Assembly 2022 as Chair Nara Ketusinga from Thailand, Glenda Warburton from Eswatini, and Jukka Koivisto from Finland? You have 3 options: yes, no, abstain. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you very much. The vote is now open. The votes will close in 30 seconds. The votes will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. The results will be displayed shortly, and I will hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there were 96 possible votes, 89 cast, 89 in favor, no one against, no abstentions. Congratulations, we now have our scrutineers. So now we will move on to point 5, which is approval of the minutes of the Hybrid General Assembly. And the question is, do you approve the minutes of the Hybrid General Assembly 2021? And that will appear very shortly on your screens. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you very much. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. The results will be displayed shortly, and I'll hand back to you, Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you. So 96 possible votes, 89 votes cast, 89 said yes, no abstentions, no one against. So these are now approved. Thank you very much. Moving onwards to the approval of the annual report, that's agenda point 6. Do you approve the annual report for 2021? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. Once again, the results will be displayed shortly, and I'll hand back to you, Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 96 possible votes, 86 were cast, 86 in favor, no abstentions, and no one against. Thank you. Moving on, we move to point 7, Annual Financial Report and Auditor's Report. Do you approve the Annual Financial Report 2021? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. We'll display the results shortly, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, from a possible 96 votes, 89 were cast, 89 in favor. So this is approved. We now move on to point 9, which is the release of the board and of the Secretary General for 2021. Do you release the board and the Secretary General? Back to you.
Thank you. The vote is now open.
Who's gonna abstain?
The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and the results will be displayed shortly. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From out of 96 votes, possible votes, 87 were cast, 87 in favor, and 1 abstention. So this is passed. Thank you very much. Moving on to point 10. The question is, do you approve PricewaterhouseCoopers, Lausanne, Switzerland, as the auditors for 2023? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. Once again, we'll display the results and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So again, out of 96 possible votes, 86 were cast, 86 in favor, no one against, 3 abstentions. So this is passed. Moving on now to point 11. Do you approve the revised budget for 2022? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The votes will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and the results will be displayed shortly. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So out of 96 possible votes, 88 were cast, 88 in favor. So this is passed. Thank you very much. Moving on to point 12. The question is, do you approve the budget for 2023? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. The results will be displayed shortly, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Out of 96 possible votes, 89 were cast, 89 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you very much. This is approved. Moving now on to 13.1, which is the approval of the rules and regulations. The first one is general regulations, including the modifications, not the modifications, but the clarifications that were provided to you by our legal director today. Do you approve the modifications to the FEI general regulations? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and the results will be displayed shortly. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So out of 96 possible votes, 87 were cast, 86 in favor, 1 against, and 2 abstentions. So this is passed. Thank you very much. Moving on to 13.2. The question is, do you approve the modifications to the anti-doping rules for human athletes? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. The results will be displayed shortly. And I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So out of 96 possible votes, 90 were cast, 90 in favor, no one against, and no abstentions. So this too has passed. Moving on to 13.3. Do you approve the modifications to the equine anti-doping and control medications regulations? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 96 possible votes, 91 were cast, 91 in favor, no one against, no abstentions. Moving on to 13.4. Do you approve the modifications to the para-equestrian classification rules? Back to you, Lumi.
The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Moving along, out of 96 possible votes, 88 were cast, 87 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstention. This now too has passed. Moving on to point 13.5. As per the clarifications provided yesterday and today, do you approve the Paris 2024 Olympic regulations? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, out of 96 possible votes, 92 were cast, 89 in favor, 3 against, no abstentions. This too has passed. Moving on to 13.6, which is the Paris 2024 Paralympic Regulations. Do you approve the Paris 2024 Paralympic Regulations? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you.
Thank you very much. Again, out of 96 possible votes, 90 were cast, 90 in favor, no one against, 1 abstention. So this too has passed. Moving along to 13.7. Do you approve the Paris 2024 Olympic ranking rules for jumping, dressage, and eventing? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 96 possible votes, 91 were cast, 91 in favor, no one against, 1 abstention. Moving along to 13.8 then. Do you approve the Paris 2024 Paralympic ranking rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So this time, out of 96 possible votes, 91 were cast, 91 in favor, no one against, 1 abstention. This too is approved. We're getting there. Okay, so now we move on to point 14, and that is, do you approve the financial charges of 2023? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 96 possible votes, 92 were cast, 86 in favor, 6 against, and 1 abstention. So this too has passed. Moving along to 15.2, the jumping rules modifications. We will have a separate vote on one specific item, which is Article 200.6.2, and then we will move on to the approval of the modifications to the jumping rules. So the question is as follows. Which per diems for CSIO 3Ws and CSI 3Ws, CSI 3 stars in Europe and North America do you approve? A, 250 euros for the president of the ground jury, the foreign judge, the chief steward, and the foreign steward, and 175 for all other officials, or B, 175 euros for those that I listed before, and 150 for the others. And C, of course, is the possibility of abstaining. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. The results will be displayed shortly, and I will hand back to you.
We are waiting for the results on the screen. Here we go. So, oops, it's gone. Here we go. So out of 97 possible votes, 86 were cast, 46 in favor of option A, 40 in favor of option B, 7 abstained, so this has passed, option A. Moving on. So 15.2B, do you approve the modifications to the jumping rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 93 were cast, 89 in favor, 4 against, 0 abstentions. So this too has passed. So now moving on to 16.2. We will have separate votes for this as well. The first one is, do you approve applying the level system to FEI dressage judges on the understanding that the level 4/5-star reference would be used in official working documents such as event schedules, education systems, courses, etc.? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So out of 97 possible votes, 90 were cast, 71 were in favor, 19 were against, and 2 were abstained, so this too has passed. Moving on to the separate vote, the second vote for dressage. Do you allow the option to include the Grand Prix at a CDIO 2-star level? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So out of 97 possible votes, 91 were cast, 87 in favor, 4 against, and 2 abstentions. So this too has passed. So now following these 2 separate votes, we will now ask you to approve the full revision of the dressage rules. Do you approve the full revision of the dressage rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. So out of 97 possible votes, 91 were cast, 83 in favor, 8 against, 1 abstention. This too has passed. Thank you very much. Now we move on to paradressage. 17.2, do you approve the full revision of the paradressage rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and once again, I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 90 were cast, 90 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention. This too has passed. Moving on to 18.2. Do you approve the full revision of the eventing rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 88 were cast, 88 in favor, 0 against, 2 abstention. This too has passed. Moving on to 19.2. Do you approve the modifications to the endurance rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So out of 97 possible votes, 84 were cast, 82 in favor, 2 against, and 4 abstentions. So this too has passed. So now moving on to 20.2. Here we will also have separate votes before we... Yeah, so the first one is, do you agree to retain the 2021 minimum carriage weights? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So here again, out of 97 possible votes, 78 were cast, 72 in favor, 6 against, 11 abstentions. So this too has passed. Now we will move on to the second separate vote. Do you approve that organizers have the option of a 100 by 40 arena or an 80 by 40 arena for all non-championship four-in-hand horses events? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 79 were cast, 73 in favor, 6 against, and 11 abstentions. So this too has passed. Moving along to the final separate vote for driving. Do you approve a mandatory 100 by 40 arena for 4-in-hand horses championships? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Out of 97 possible votes, 71 votes were cast, 65 in favor, 6 against, and 19 abstentions. So this too has passed. And now we will go and proceed with the final vote on driving. Do you approve the modifications to the driving and para-driving rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Okay, out of 97 possible votes, 76 were cast, 75 in favor, 1 against, 15 abstentions. This too has now passed. Moving along to point 21.2. Do you approve the modifications to the vaulting rules? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Out of 97 possible votes, 81 were cast, 81 in favor, no one was against, 9 abstentions, so this too has been approved. Moving on now to 22.3. Do you approve the full revision of the veterinary regulations? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 97 possible votes, 91 were cast, 89 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstention. These veterinary regulations have also passed. Now, moving on, we will, as discussed before, tackle 25.3, the approval of the Solidarity Committees after the elections, as we first need to know if our president has been elected, and then we can move on immediately to 27.1. And the question here is, do you elect Igmar de Vos as FEI president for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 97 possible votes, 92 were cast, 89 in favor, 3 against, no abstentions. Congratulations, Mr. President. Okay, moving along. 27.2. Do you elect Mark Samuel as FEI Vice President for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 91 were cast, 87 in favor, 4 against, no abstentions. Congratulations, Mark. moving on. Do you elect Jack Huang as FEI Vice President for the term of 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds.
Seem to have a problem here with one of the Lumi devices. If we could have an
Okay, one
assistance here.
second. We'll come forward to assist you. If you just keep your hands in the air, and my colleague will come and help you. In that case, we'll keep this vote open for longer to ensure we can assist. So once we're happy, I'll give another time warning. Okay, we'll give a further 15 seconds now that the problem in the room has been resolved. So 15 seconds, this vote will close. Five seconds remaining. The vote is now closed. I'll hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So out of 97 possible votes, 89 were cast, 85 in favor, 4 against, 2 abstentions. Congratulations, Jack. Moving on to 27.3, do you elect Theo Ploegmakers as EEF Regional Group Chair for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Out of 97 possible votes, 77 were cast, 76 in favor, 1 against, 12 abstentions. Congratulations, Theo. Moving along, 27.4, do you elect Quentin Simonet as EEF Regional Group Deputy Chair for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 79 were cast, 77 in favor, 2 against, 9 abstentions. Congratulations, Quentin. Moving on to 27.5, do you elect Esteban Avedrabo as Regional Group 6 Chair for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Once again, out of 97 possible votes, 77 were cast, 76 in favor, 1 against, 11 abstentions. Congratulations, Esteban. Moving along to 27.6, do you elect Gabriel Vidal as Regional Group 6 Deputy Chair for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 97 possible votes, 74 were cast, 69 in favor, 9 against, 16 abstentions. Congratulations, Gabriel, if you're still awake in Uruguay. Okay, now moving on to 27.7. Do you elect Jenny Hall as Chair of the Veterinary Committee for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Out of 97 possible votes, 89 votes were cast, 86 in favor, 3 against, 2 abstentions. Congratulations, Jenny. Okay, now moving on to 27.8. Here is the election for the Audit and Compliance Committee member. There are 3 candidates. This is for the term of 2022-2026. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 90 were cast, 41 received by Avalon Everett, 39 by Theola Barkley, 10 for Nazar Abdelwahab, and we need a single majority of 46, so we're going to have a second vote. The one with the least candidates will be removed from the list, and we will move on to the second vote. So, please elect one of the following candidates as member of the Audit and Compliance Committee for the term 2022-2026. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 90 votes were cast. Theola Barkley received 46, Avalon Everett 44. So Theola Barkley has been elected as the chair member. Thank you. So now moving on to the election of the FEI tribunal members. Please elect one of the following candidates as member of the FEI tribunal for the term 2022-2026. And the candidates are listed as you see right now. And I will hand this over to Lumi. Thank you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 89 were cast. Brian Ward received 42, Diane Pitts 28, Radwan Aleba received 19. We needed a majority, so we will need to go to a second round as we needed at least 45. So we will go to the second vote right now. Bear with us. Here we go. Please elect one of the following candidates as member of the FEI Tribunal. Oops. Maybe we should just wait a bit. Okay. Back to you, Lumi, hopefully.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote is open. The screen in the background, don't worry about that. It is currently open. Just bear with us while we sort the display in the room out.
The screen has nothing to do with the voting, by the way.
The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed. And Sabrina, I can display the results to you, but we don't appear to be back on the big screen yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Apparently the people online saw everything perfectly fine. It was just the people in this room that could not see the screen, but the voting worked. Anyways, the total possible votes were 97, 87 were cast. Brian Ward has received 59 of the votes. Diane Pitts has received 28, so Brian Ward has now been elected as FEI Tribunal member. Congratulations, Brian. And last but not least, regarding the elections, well, more or less, is 27.10, Nominations Committee member for regional.
Second position in the tribunal.
Oh, excuse me, that is correct. Apologies. There is a second position, so we need to elect one of the following candidates as member of the FEI Tribunal for the term 2022-2026. And those two members are Radwan Alaiba from Tunisia and Diane Pitts from the United States. So you should be able to see that on your Lumi screens, the two possibilities, if you don't see them here on the screen behind you, but they should be in your Lumi. There we go.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
So out of 97 possible votes, 90 were cast, 56 in favor of Diane Pitts, 34 in favor of Rouane Alaiba from Tunisia. So congratulations, Diane. Apologies for jumping the gun before. 27.10. Do you elect Guillermo Valiente, Nominations Committee Regional Group 6 member for the term 2022-2026? Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds.
Second, please. Apologies, but there is a device issue up front with
Okay.
Germany.
My
Thank you.
colleague Garrick is just on his way to assist. So once again, as soon as we have the device sorted, we'll give another time warning. If you could just raise your hand again. So perfect. Thank you very much. This vote will close in 20 seconds. Five seconds remaining. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Out of 97 possible votes, 84 were cast, 80 in favor, 4 against, 7 abstentions. Congratulations, Guillermo. Now we're going to go a little bit backwards. We're going to go to the approval of the Solidarity Committee members. That's 25.3. This way we'll have done with all the voting today. So do you approve the following members of the Solidarity Committee appointed by the FEI President for the terms 2022, 2023? And the list of members have been just displayed before you, and they were also presented to you by our President before. Back to you, Lumi.
Thank you. The vote is now open. The vote will close in 30 seconds. The vote will close in 10 seconds. The vote is now closed, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Out of 97 possible votes, 91 were cast, 84 in favor, 7 against, 2 abstention. Congratulations to the members of the Solidarity Committee. And now I think it might be a very nice idea if the President could address us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. And after a voting marathon of about 1 hour and 10 minutes, with sometimes even the screens getting tired and some devices, we survived this. Thank you very much to the organizing committee and the Lumi team. So thank you, dear colleagues and friends. I'm going not to be too long. But first of all, congratulations to my colleague board members, Mark, Jack, Theo, Esteban, Jenny, and of course all the others that have been elected today. Congratulations, and I look forward to work with you in the future. I am honored and humbled to be your president for a third and final term. And as I ran unopposed, it's not necessarily a surprise, but now at least it's very real and it's an honor. So thank you for placing your trust in me and for confirming your confidence in the work we have done so far. Over the past 8 years, I've had the privilege to witness the power of unity at work in our community, and it's this solidarity that brought us through some incredible challenging times. We have moved forward together because we all put aside our differences for the wider benefit of our sport and community. We have come out stronger than ever as a result, and I know that this foundation will serve us also for the future. And as you know, the future is very much on my mind as I now start my final term in office. I'm determined to try to leave a strong legacy that my successor and the community can continue to build on in the years to come. While we have achieved a great deal together, it's clear that we also need to make some further changes to be dynamic, to guarantee the continuity and well-being of our sport and our organization. This will, like always, and we've seen that yesterday and today, require some difficult choices, and on some points we will probably disagree. But if the history of this organization is any kind of an indication, I know that the decisions we make together for our sport and for our organization will always be grounded in our commonly held values of horse welfare and integrity. So once again, thank you to all the national federations for your support and everything you do for the sport and the community at national and international level. Thank you to the FEI board for your availability and your wise counsel. Thanks to the FEI official stakeholders for your continued collaboration. Thanks also to our volunteers, committee members, officials, athletes, organizers, grooms, owners, breeders, and of course also our sponsors for your dedication. And thank you to all the great FEI staff, my department, and especially our brilliant Secretary General, Sabrina Ibanez, for your incredible energy and commitment to the goals we have set. And I will really look forward to continuing our great partnership in the next 4 years. Thank you, Sabrina. Many thanks also to my predecessor and great inspiration, even still today, Her Royal Highness Princess Haya, and who is still in many of the delegates here together today in their mind. And if she's watching, she also says, "Hi, hi, Princess Haya." And also my mentor and friend who is regretfully not any longer amongst us. And in 2014, I ended there, which was a big mistake. So, and last but not least, to my wonderful wife, Sabine, to my children for your continued support. Thank you. Without you and the family, it would not be possible to do that job. Thank you so much. And now let's go back to work so that we are finished quickly, so that we can have a great party tonight here in Cape Town, South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ingmar, from all of us, and we look forward to continue working with you until the end. So help us God. Okay, back to the agenda. Let's tackle point 28, which we didn't do before. Those are decisions by the board, appointments, and also some of the championships. So I'm just going to see what there is there. Yes, first of all, a huge thank you to all the bidders of the various championships that we have had. We are very pleased with all the allocations. When it comes to the FEI World Endurance Championships, a huge thank you to the 6 bidders that in such a short time came up with really strong bids. It was not the simplest of choice, but we had a full evaluation by the FEI Endurance Committee and the Evaluation Commission. We're very pleased with the offer of Boutib. The venue, which many of you know, is known for high welfare standards, and many of the rule implementations and new endurance rules was actually taken from some of the concepts of Boutib. The OC has been very generous. They will be covering the cost of the charter flights for horses from Europe and North America. There will be no entry fee. The lovely thing about this bid as well is that they will be providing an award for the best condition horse, as well as to all finishers, which is really great. We heard about the well-being and how we have to look after our horses in our community, and I think this is just a lovely example. On the good news as well is that there will be a CSI 3-star 160 kilometers taking place between the 10th and the 11th of December, and the OC will be available to meet with the chefs d'équipe on this special occasion. So again, a huge thank you to all of the bidders for all of the championships. Keep on bidding, and we look forward to seeing many of you in Boutib next year. When it comes to the appointments of the board, you will have already been communicated this information previously. A huge thank you to all of those members that were already thanked by the different chairs of the different technical committees. And we're very happy to welcome the new members of the committees as well. I don't know if I should list them all, but yes, maybe I should. We're very happy to welcome Lars Robstroff and Mark Sinnott to the Veterinary Committee. We're very happy to welcome Lindsay Mason to the Medical Committee. Michael Stone, welcome back, Michael, to the Jumping Committee. Frederico Pintos from Portugal to the Dressage Committee. Neil Mackenzie Hall from New Zealand to the Eventing Committee. Joaquin Medina to the Driving Committee. Anna Anderson and Lise Berg to the Vaulting Committee. Rodolfo Riscala to the Para-Equestrian Committee. And again, thank you very much. It was not the easiest choice for all these appointments. We're receiving very good candidacies, so please continue to forward your candidacies to the FEI. Okay, so having said all of that, we will now move on to point 31, which is the Olympic Games and Paralympic Games. As we mentioned to you yesterday during the rules session, unfortunately, Paris 2024 will not be joining with us. You did, however, and they excused themselves for that. You were provided yesterday with the competition schedule by Katrin Norinder, our director of the Olympic Games. We also confirmed that finally the good news is that we have a delivery partner for Paris, GL Events. And yeah, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to provide you with a video, which is actually the progress report as to Paris 2024. And then after that, if you have any comments or questions that we need to review, we will review these with the Paris in the coming weeks. So I think we can show the video now. Thank you very much, Victoria.
Dear President, dear FEI Assembly members, I am Aurélie Merle, Paris 2024 Sports Competition Director, and I'm very pleased to be providing you with an update on the equestrian Olympic and Paralympic competitions. As you know, they will be held in the historic and iconic venue that is the Château de Versailles. Our ambition is very clear: to deliver spectacular competition in the best possible condition for both horses and riders. We wish to offer all stakeholders unforgettable experiences while delivering more responsible and sustainable games that inspire and engage the whole world. This ambition is embedded in our slogan, Ouvrons grand les jeux, games wide open. As you know, the Olympic Agenda 2020 has provided new opportunities in the event delivery model that made it possible to rely on existing expertise. We are fortunate to have in France a proven know-how in hosting major equestrian events. After a call for tenders, JL Equestrian were appointed to assist Paris 2024 in the delivery of the equestrian and para-equestrian competition. We are delighted to welcome them in our team and are confident that we will benefit from their impressive knowledge and expertise to deliver games at the highest level. Without further delay, let me introduce you to the Versailles project management team, which will be responsible for the coordination of all operation at the venue. Anne Murac, Paris 2024 head of Île-de-France cluster, Sylvie Robert, JL Equestrian Director, and Jean Morel, Equestrian and Para-Equestrian Sports Manager for Paris 2024.
Thank you, Aurélie. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to warmly thank Catherine Norinder and Tim Adaway, who have been working with us for 3 years now on the preparation of the Paris 2024 equestrian competition. We now have a team of professionals on board, and we are very pleased to update you through the coming slides. I'm going to give the floor to Sylvie, who will present her team that will be in charge of the equestrian and para-equestrian competition.
Dear FEI General Assembly, it is an honor to be reporting to you on this day, and it's an even greater honor for JL Events and JL Events Equestrian Sport to have been nominated as Versailles operator for the Paris 2024 Olympics and Paralympics. As you can see, we rely on a strong and experienced sport team to deliver the equestrian and para-equestrian competitions in close collaboration with Paris 2024. Our sport team is divided in 3 main pillars. Sport competitions led by Jean Morel as a sport manager and already working with experts in each discipline. Athlete services, which includes areas such as veterinary services, stables management, logistics, and biosecurity. Sport facilities management, relying mainly on the expertise of technical throwing team working alongside us on every JL Events equestrian sport competitions. I'm very confident that this sport team, which has a proven track in delivering international equestrian events, is in a good position to deliver the best conditions in Versailles. Anne, could you please now share with us the Versailles competition schedule?
For the Olympic period,
the Versailles site will host the equestrian competition with the 3 disciplines, eventing, dressage and show jumping. This will be followed by the modern pentathlon competition. We will then welcome the riders and horses of the Paralympic competition with the para-dressage. Now it's up to you, Jean, to go into the details of the competition schedule.
If we move deeper into each of the 3 disciplines, the festivity at Château de Versailles will start on Saturday 27 July 2024 with the equestrian eventing competition. On the next day, the cross-country within the Château de Versailles Park and around its Grand Canal will certainly be a must-see. We will have 2 opportunities to give you more detail about it later in our presentation. Following FAI guidance, Paris 2024 has launched an exciting new calendar for equestrian. The 2 days of dressage qualificative will be followed by 2 days of jumping team events. Dressage horse and riders will then back under the spotlight for the team on individual finish on Saturday 3 August and Sunday 4 August. The jumping event will conclude in beauty 11 exciting days of equestrian competition at Château de Versailles. The individual final will distribute the last equestrian medal on Tuesday 6 August. Following the modern pentathlon competition on the Olympic closing ceremony, the action at Château de Versailles will not be over. Between Tuesday, September 3 and Saturday, September 7, para-riders on their horse will have to perfect stage to showcase their talents and elegance during the para-dressage competition.
As mentioned at the beginning, one of the objectives of this presentation is to give you a taste of how the Château de Versailles venue will look like during the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. After a flight above the castle and its park, let's move a step closer to the field of play. There is a perspective of how the jumping, dressage and para-dressage field of play will fit into the Étoile Royale area. The grandstand and the main arena are fully integrated into the landscape to protect the site and its spectacular trees. On this aerial view, you will see the Château de Versailles on the far right and on the left the Étoile Royale, which will be the location of the jumping, dressage and para-dressage field of play. A very large part of the park will be dedicated to the cross-country track with the majestic Grand Canal to highlight this magnificent event.
Here is a focus of the design of a cross-country course that will take place in Parc du Château. The course is green on the screen, has been designed by Pierre Le Goupil and will perfect showcase the Grand Canal in blue on the Château de Versailles Park. The course is 5.3 kilometers long. The Paris 2024 cross-country course will be particularly exciting thanks to several highlights. 3 water jumps along the course, 2 pontoons crossing the Grand Canal. As you can see, the floor preparation for the cross-country track has already started. No major difficulty has been noted at the stage of the work, and we are fortunate to have a very good working relationship with the Château de Versailles team. I hope that the elements I just presenting help you having a better understanding of the Château de Versailles during the Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic. Testing activities are key to the success on such an event. I will give back to floor to Anne for an update on Paris 2024 testing activity strategy.
In line with the Olympic Agenda 2020, Paris 2024 has decided to rethink the testing activities approach. Our strategy is to target the specific risk and opportunities of each sport through an operational analysis. Regarding equestrian and para-equestrian, the testing activities calendar is under construction in close collaboration with Jean Morel and the FEI. At this stage of the process, the following opportunities divided in 2 categories have been identified. The first category will focus on testing opportunities at the Château de Versailles. The main highlight will be a pre-games venue access in September 23. Equestrian delegation will have the possibility to get familiarized with the site, especially the cross-country course. Observation will take place while some horses will be riding around the course and will include test of the pontoon. More detailed information will be shared with you in due course.
The objective of the second category, opportunities outside of Versailles, is to rely on an existing event organized by G11 Equestrian Sport, le Printemps des Sports Équestres. For this event, the following elements will be the same as for the Olympic and Paralympic Games: organizational team, field of play, flooring. The 2024 edition will be the perfect testing opportunity, as we will organize jumping, dressage, eventing, and para-dressage competitions.
The last topic we would like to cover with you today is one that is coming the most within our stakeholders' frequently asked questions: ticketing and hospitality. We would like to focus on opportunities for Equestrian National Federation. According to the new model of hospitality and ticketing with our partner On Location, there will 2 distinct periods for National Federation to request tickets. For the first period, currently ongoing until the 25th of November, requests have to be made through your respective national Olympic committees. If you have not received all the request tickets, you will have a second opportunity through your international federation between February and December next year. The process is quite similar for your hospitality request. National federation, such as NOCs and IF, have a protected purchasing period until the 25th November 22. For the hospitality request, your NOC are your main point of contact. In case of question, you also have the possibility to reach our direct on-location team. It was an honor to report to the FEI General Assembly, and we thank you again for this opportunity. We do hope that this presentation sparked your interest and excitement for the Paris 2024 equestrian and para-equestrian competition and answer some of the questions you may have. I'm confident that we will have many touch points until the Games, and we always remain available through your NOCs and IF to answer your question or receive your comments. In any case, we already make an appointment with you at the Château de Versailles in exactly 622 days. À bientôt.
À bientôt.
Thank you very much. So the sound was a bit, not that good, but I think you got the gist of it. Yeah, so moving on. We'll just move on to the next point.
Maybe, if I may, it's a bit related to Olympics as well. We have here in the room the president of the Senegalese Equestrian Federation, who is organizing the Youth Olympic Games in Dakar, and who is not only the National Federation president, but also the Director General of the Youth Olympic Games 2026 in Dakar. And maybe I can ask Ibrahima to give a very short update. Please bring a microphone to this gentleman so that he can give us a little update. Of course, not on all your games in Dakar, but on the equestrian part of it, because I think you have some good news. Thank you, Ibrahima.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. President, Madam General Secretary, dear board members, distinguished delegate, Mr. President, first of all, let me congratulate you for your re-election, and thank you very much for the great job you are doing at the head of our organization. We really appreciate that, and I think that the election, the result reflect the commitment and the confidence. Congratulations to other board members and other those who have been elected. And thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to present a quick update regarding the Dakar 2026 Youth Olympic Games, where we are. And indeed, as you mentioned, the postponement from 22 to 26 has allowed us to better address one important issue it's about the legacy in the context of first Olympic event in Africa. Regarding the preparation, the different dimensions related to the delivery of the games are still subject to regular review between Dakar 2026 team and IOC team, and frequent visits are organized in Dakar by IOC and some IFs. And few days ago, we have launched the YOGOC 4 years to go through what we call a Dakar Enjeu Festival with sport, culture, and youth. It was in Dakar, Diamniadio, and Saly, 3 cities that will host the games. It was from October 29 to November 5. Very exciting sport and culture festival. For equestrian sports, as you may all know, we have making the choice to organize equestrian activities in the arena of Kasen Samba Jerry Jallow that you may know very well, Mr. President. You have visited it. And funding for refurbishment has been just signed a few days ago on November 4. And the funding is from Agence Française de Développement, around 3,500,000 euro dedicated to refurbish such venue and put it at the standard of requirement of IOC and of course FEI. And the work has to start by mid-2023, and the venue will be delivered early 2025. As I mentioned earlier, in accordance with the standard with IOC and IFs. That's why, Mr. President, we put our willing to organize the final the jumping challenge in 2025 in Dakar as a test event. I think it could be something very important for us to have such organization. Mr. President, in 2023, the YOGOC plans to meet international federations to start discussion on sports program. And it's our pleasure to welcome you once again in Dakar for such discussion and for you and your team to have a look on the progress of the work. Thank you for your continued support, and I hope to have you all in Dakar in 2026. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ibrahima, and of course you can count on the support of the FEI and our teams. I know they are already in contact with you. Fantastic that you have this financial support now secured from the government, which is of course tremendously important to bring the venue to the level that we need it to be. If I just can ask one little thing, is that with regard to the final of the World Challenge in 2025, I hope you do not have to test too much at that event, and that we can have a good final there. Thank you very much, and good luck, Sam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So now, I'm just going to be very brief about the FEI management report that you have in your annexes. I just hope that you've had the opportunity to review some of the important work that is being done at headquarters. Just to name a very, very few, like the 14 horsemanship courses that have been translated into Spanish, the para dressage coach course. The FEI invitation system has received also a new feature you may have seen for organizing committees to be able to manage and issue invitations, which are part of their own quota. We are in the process of having the online schedules for jumping. Right now we're in like an experiment phase, but hopefully by mid next year it will be up and available and take a little bit of work away from you. So I just ask you to please reach out to the team that are here. Some of them have not yet presented, but such as Ralph Strauss, the commercial department. There's also Frank Spattinger, education and officials, Gaspard Dufour and Victoria Ridburn from Information Technology Services, and Olivia Robinson from Communications. They're here to service you. If you have any questions, just reach out to them. So a big, huge thanks to all the team for all the work that you're doing. So that's very brief, because I know we're running out of time here. Next is the report. It's point 33. It's the report of the FEI Tribunal. The chair unfortunately could not be with us here today, but you have received his report, and if you were to have any questions, we're happy to take them, or better said, Michael is happy to take them. So are there any questions regarding the FEI Tribunal report? No? No. Okay. So then moving on, we move on to point 34, which is the Equestrian Community Integrity Unit. And here I'm very happy to invite Lord Stevens to the podium.
Mr. President, Secretary General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to stand here before you once again, the first time I've been able to do so since Bahrain in 2018. A lot has taken shape within our sport, a lot of change has occurred, and significant challenges have been overcome. However, there is one constant that remains and will continue to remain for another 4 years. And I would like to take this moment to add my personal congratulations to Ingmar, who has just been re-elected as president for a further term, and wish him and his senior management team all the success they have rightly earned during the past 8 years of his leadership. Now, I've been involved for a very long time in many different sports, probably 15 up to date, and I can safely say to you, this assembly, that there is none more professional, dedicated or transparent than the FEI. And that reputation stems from leadership. And this has continued with Ingmar during the duration of his tenure. He surrounded himself with experts in their field and has developed a core of senior management that have driven the FEI to the forefront of international federations around the world. When we helped establish the Equestrian Community's Integrity Unit with Her Royal Highness Princess Haya in 2010, we set out one objective. It was extremely ambitious, and that was that the FEI would redefine best practice in the integrity space for international federations. Well, over the years, people have said we've done that. And I think you all can be comforted to know that we have achieved that and more. The recent governance study published by the Association of Summer Olympic International Federations shows that this is the case. The FEI were once again ranked in the lead group. It's a testament to the consistent hard work of Ingmar, Sabrina, and other senior management in the FEI. And to enable the level of success you have achieved, you've got to have appropriately qualified individuals around you. Sometimes that has taken place both at the FEI and the Integrity Unit itself. Now, I haven't been here for 4 years and addressed you, so there's been 1 or 2 changes in the Integrity Unit and Equest. The major one of that is one of our members, Sir Mark Rowley, who came to us 4 years ago as the head of anti-terrorism in the United Kingdom, has, this has happened for the first time ever, been reappointed from Quest and from the Integrity Unit as Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, the head of Scotland Yard. We're rather proud about that, and we wish him well, and I'm sure you will, in his very difficult task in terms of turning around policing in the United Kingdom and London. And he takes a position that I held some time ago. I think experience and understanding of our industry is critical to maintain the reputation that together we have developed over the past number of years and will continue to shape the future. I think, as the President said, in perhaps different words than I'm going to use, we're only as good as our last job. And I think that's right. I think the togetherness in the community you've seen today and have seen over the years is crucial to enable that the Integrity Unit operates effectively. We conduct investigations that are brought to our attention from various groups: grooms, athletes, owners, the media, and horse enthusiasts worldwide. We use our extensive investigation capabilities to ensure that true facts are presented to the FEI in order to create a clean, fair, and competitive sport. Now that the Integrity Unit is taking an active lead in these issues, we will ensure that those standards are upkept, that integrity and independence takes place, and accountability in terms of these investigations. And as I always say, it's as important more than ever to keep the integrity at the heart of everything we do. Due to the nature of top-level sport, even the smallest incident involving integrity will be headlines in the world's newspaper and cause significant reputational damage. And with that in mind, it makes it more important than ever that the FEI continue to lead the way for other international federations to follow. And that's what you do. You lead the way, and I can vouch for that, having been involved and still involved in 12 other major international sports. My full report is to the General Assembly, is in the annual meeting, streamlined to meet the new process we use. And you can see it there in full in the annex. Thank you again for the time, and once again, it's been a privilege to be involved for many years now. And there are many people in my team who are a lot younger than me, so I keep them away because it shows I'm a little older than even you might think today. But thank you for being involved. It's been a delight, and it's been a delight in seeing something that's been created, which is now an example to the rest of the international sporting world. And Mr. President, any questions you have for me or anyone in the audience can either be openly here, or I will be around a little bit for another day or two if you want to approach me with anything that is confidential. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Lord Stevens. I just hope you didn't have any questions regarding my position.
Certainly not. The President actually invited me here to oversee his election. And when he said he was going unopposed, I thought I'd turn up.
Thank you very much for that, Lord Stevens.
Thank you very much.
And we see you around. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to point 35, World Horse Welfare, and I'd like to invite Rolly Owers to the podium. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and friends from across the federations. It's an honour to be with you here today in Cape Town for what I understand some of you, possibly including Will Connell, refer to as Rolly's Horror Picture Show. As you can see, I'm trying to do better. But more seriously, I feel it is no exaggeration to say that the next year is one of huge significance for the future of equestrian sport. Before I expand on why this is, I wanted to tell you a little bit about World Horse Welfare, so that you understand, if you don't know already, that we are your ally in hoping that equestrianism will grow and flourish. World Horse Welfare is a global charity founded almost 100 years ago, which focuses on improving the welfare of all horses, donkeys, and mules. The values which inform and guide our mission are grounded in pragmatism and compassion to support and improve the horse-human partnership in all its guises. It is why we explicitly support the responsible involvement of horses in sport, the only equine welfare charity globally to do so. We have been an independent welfare advisor to the FEI for more than 30 years, advised the International Horse Sport Confederation, are members of British Equestrian, and advise other associations and federations informally on how to improve and protect equine welfare. Frontline equine care, research, education, and influence are at the heart of what we do. Our work includes influencing governments and policymakers across Europe and internationally, and working with horse-owning communities who rely on working equids for their livelihoods in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Indeed, one of our partners, the Cart Horse Protection Association, is right here in Cape Town, and I'm really looking forward to meeting up with them again tomorrow. Today, a large area of our focus is on facilitating the debate on what can be done to establish an even stronger horse-human relationship and a fairer partnership, especially in horse sport. We are therefore particularly aware of the challenges facing equestrianism's social license. Establishing trust is key, and we must learn to be more transparent, ethical, and accountable for what we do. We must do right by our horses and must be seen to be doing so. So I was delighted last year when Ingmar was very clear that social license was a priority issue for the FEI, and even more delighted with the establishment of the Independent Commission. The FEI should be widely applauded for this move. Now that you've heard the presentation from the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission and the results of the public and equestrian surveys, I hope you understand that the threat to our social license is real. For instance, looking at public opinion in 14 countries, whilst around a third of people think welfare standards are high in sport, over half think they need to be improved, and some 15% do not believe it is even possible to adequately protect equine welfare. Within the equestrian community, 3/4 have concern about horse welfare, especially amongst those not affiliated to the FEI, with the most common concerns being the other 23 hours, tack and equipment, and training and riding practices. Some of you may not be surprised at the results, and some of you might be frustrated. I can hear some asking, don't they realise how much we already do to protect equine welfare? How much this has changed over the years? How strict our regulations are, and how hard we work to keep our horses fit and healthy? The answer, in many cases, is likely no. They don't know how much the horse-human relationship means to you, or how much is already done for horses. But the public would expect that sport horses are afforded the very best in care as a minimum. They also expect us to do everything in our power to fully respect and protect the horse, which has no voice and, in their view, no choice. We must remember that we are in our own equestrian bubble, and the outside world often sees us differently. Some practices they question may be good and perfectly justifiable. But we have to be honest with ourselves that there are some practices in some parts of the horse world that are simply unacceptable and still tolerated. This has to change. And to move forward, we have to be honest with ourselves, be open-minded, and most importantly, look at ourselves through an outsider's lens to help us see what the world sees. And the views of the equestrians are particularly important here, both those affiliated with the FEI and those outside in the wider equestrian community. Any number of equestrians will be on social media expressing their concerns, and they are the ones the general public and non-equestrians listen to as informed opinion on whether horse sport is living up to its rhetoric. So while the general public may have an instinctive, emotionally driven perspective, equestrians will have a more informed but no less passionate view about whether certain tack and equipment is overbearing, whether horses are distressed in competition, or if a rider is being unfair on their horse. And if we want to improve our reputation with the public, we must start with our own community. And that is why research into public attitudes, into welfare science, into the concerns of the equestrian community is so vital to give us that objective view on the state of our social licence and what is needed to do to protect it. For their part, equestrians are very clear what is needed to improve welfare in sport, specifically improved enforcement of existing welfare rules, new welfare rules informed by science, and a required level of knowledge about equine welfare by those involved in horses. Equestrianism is certainly not alone in having issues with its social licence. As we highlighted in our research paper published over the summer, other industries have been down the same road when their social licence has been under threat. And there are lessons that equestrianism can learn from them. Most critically, recognising that this issue will not go away. Proactivity and embracing change where it is needed will be key to our success. Industries that bury their heads in the sand will fail. Committing to achieving and promoting the highest standards of equine welfare, both physical and mental, from birth to death, and as far as possible be evidence-based and be able to justify what we do from an ethical standpoint. And fostering greater trust and transparency. And to build trust, we must first understand what values society have regarding the involvement of horses in sport, and then communicate to them in the context of those values. But we must make sure our communications reflect reality. Welfare washing will not work and will only erode trust. This will take work and investment to achieve, but we need to consider this as an enlightened self-interest, an investment in the future of the sport, because that's exactly what it is. So I would really encourage you to continue to engage with the Commission, as they certainly want to engage with you. Only through dialogue and working together can progress be made. And now is the opportunity for you all to engage in the writing of a new welfare strategy, which is so vital to the future of horse sport. In doing so, I would encourage you to consider the following. Firstly, keep an open mind. To truly put the horse first, we must consider the growing evidence of what is good for their health and well-being and what is not. This might require a shift in mindset that challenges the routine ways of doing things, your regulations, and how you think about welfare. Secondly, recognise that a lack of evidence for a particular issue is not an excuse to do nothing. The absence of evidence does not necessarily mean the evidence of absence. And if research is needed, it should be funded so that evidence-based decisions can be made. Furthermore, decisions can still be made now on what is acceptable on ethical and potential welfare issues, based on the evidence that does exist, the experience of experts both inside and outside the sport, and on our own moral standpoint. And thirdly, improving welfare certainly should be informed by evidence, but it also must be grounded in ethics. We have to ask the question, should I, as well as can I? The most important question the public will ask is whether equestrian sports share their values about the involvement of horses in sport. World Horse Welfare is here to help, including the development of the ethical framework for the equestrian sport with the Royal Veterinary College in London. The framework will provide all horse sports with a consistent approach to making and justifying decisions that have an impact on horse welfare, considering the evidence, the law, and the opinion of others. We now have a great opportunity. The new welfare strategy being developed can help take FEI sport towards your 200th anniversary. There is no greater advertisement for equestrianism than the horse. Horse sport's greatest asset, but also greatest vulnerability. Take advantage of this opportunity to work with your critical friends to shape the path forward. This is not about giving in or giving your critics an inch for them to take a mile. This is about taking control of the future of your sport. It's about taking more control of the story, and it's about living up to the values that I know you all hold so high. The future really is in your hands. I urge you to take up the reins. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Rolly, especially for hurrying from your successful conference in London to Cape Town in such a short time. Good to know that next year we will not have a clash anymore between the dates of your annual conference and our General Assembly, so I look forward to join you in London. And good to know also that one of your people, Jessica Stark, is a member of the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission, and good to see that your organization is contributing also to that process. So thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to point 36, and here we are going to share with you the dates of the Sports Forum next year. The dates are the 23rd to 24th of April. This will take place as usual in Lausanne. And the topics that we are discussing, of course, is a report from the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission. There will also be a big session on FEI events organization. We will be talking about all the things that have been brought up often, which is the cost of events, prize money, inflation, per diems of officials, events classifications, and also next steps. So that promises to be a very exciting session. As you all know, we do have an FEI, we have the full revisions of the FEI endurance rules, so there we will also be tackling that. And we will be providing you an update on the Longines FEI Jumping Nations Cup Series, as well as a progress report for Paris 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And as was mentioned by Caroli Fugli early on, we will have a separate driving forum during the course of next year to discuss driving matter. But that will not be part of the sports forum, because I think we really need to spend, we all know that we need to spend more than maybe an hour and a half. So that is the game plan. Other than that, very, very happy to announce that the General Assembly next year will take place in Mexico City, in Mexico. Thank you very much, Daniela, and your president for this wonderful venue. It'll take place between the 17th and the 21st of November, 21st November being the dates of the General Assembly. So here you have the time schedule. So that's great. Thank you. So now moving on to 37, items raised by national federations within the statutory deadlines. No items were raised, so there's nothing to be brought to your attention at this point. And last but not least, we will now move on to point 38, which is recognition, and here invite our president, Mr. Igmar de Vos, to join the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. And although we need to hurry on, I think it's really also important to recognize the people that are leaving us. And as I mentioned before, we have 2 board members and even executive board members that leave us. So first of all, I would like to invite Luis Roberto Guyungi from Brazil to join me here. He has been the chair of Group 6 for the term of 2011 till 2022. He is, as many of you know, a very qualified dentist, specialized in periodontology and based in Sao Paulo, in Brazil. He is a renewed equestrian administrator in Brazil and in South America. He started in '82 already as a director and then administrative director of the equestrian department of the Clube de Campo de Sao Paulo. Hope I pronounced it rightly. He was from 2009 till 2016 the president of the Brazilian National Federation. And in 2012, he became also Pan American Equestrian Confederation board member. As I mentioned, he was a FEI board member since 2011 and executive board member since 2014. I remember still the discussion you had with Princess Haya and Gerardo Wertheim when they were convincing you to take up that position. That was somewhere in the middle of the night in, where was it, Taipei? And it was really with a lamp on the face. You had no choice, and probably with a button in the back, but you accepted, and we are so grateful that you did. You were elected at the Extraordinary General Assembly in Lausanne, so that was also my first week in the FEI as Secretary General. You were re-elected in Baku in 2014, and in Manama in 2018, and you know I share the same memories in these cities. Luis Roberto was crucial, I must say, and I really would like to underline it, in the success of the Olympic Games of Rio de Janeiro, because you know that we had a lot of issues there, and no way to talk with the organizing committee, and the IOC was also like, yeah, what can we do? And Luis Roberto, with his network and with all the knowledge he had, made it possible. Well, you made the impossible, you made it possible there. And for that, we are still very, very grateful, because you all know how important it is to have successful Olympic Games. I think when I say to the members of Group 6, Luis Roberto was certainly the boss. I always say Don Luis, then I think you will agree with me. And so you will receive from us the honorary plaquette, and also, because I think you all will agree with the board proposal to make him an honorary board member, also the honorary board member badge. And now I hope you will have time to finally finish the book you are working on so long. So congratulations, Luis Roberto, and thank you again so much for all that you have done. Then we have, and you heard her already today, Maria Gretzer, Chair Athletes Committee from 2013 to 2022. A highly accomplished jumping athlete, 3 times Olympian in Barcelona, 1992, where she was 6th individually. Atlanta, 1996, and then Sydney, 2000. Participation in 3 World Equestrian Games, the first one, the ever first one in 1990 in Stockholm. You were playing home. In Rome in 1998 and in Aachen in 2006. Participation in 4 World Cup finals, 1991, 1999, 2001 in Göteborg, in 1998 in Helsinki. Always a bit in your region, huh? Participation in 5 European Championships, La Baule, 91, St. Gallen, 95, Mannheim, 97, Hickstead, 1999, San Patrignano, 2005. And Maria was a member of the Swedish jumping team for 15 years. And once that you stopped competing, you became the chef d'équipe. And from 2005 to 2010, you were the Swedish jumping team national coach. You have been an FEI board and executive board member from 2013, when you followed Kevin Stout. You are very devoted to the Olympic ideals, very enthusiastic board member, and a very good commentator on Swedish radio, although I do not understand a thing. But it's very impressive to listen to her explaining equestrian sport and competitions in Swedish. And also here I believe that you will agree to make her an honorary board member. Thank you very much, Maria. Congratulations, and thanks for all what you did. Here also the plaquette. And the honorary pin.
Thank you so much. And congratulations, Ingmar. And keep up the good work, Ingmar, and be open-minded and think outside the box.
Thank you. So, Don Luis, Maria, we will really miss you. I tell you, in the executive board, you were both outstanding and supported me a lot in sometimes very difficult times. We have also a newly elected board member today, the chair now of Group 6, Esteban. That's easy for me to say. Abedrabo is a bit more complicated for me to say, but I'm sure that you are going to educate me and tell me how I need to pronounce it in the future. Esteban has been an active jumping rider since 1998. He has been the president of the Equestrian Federation of Ecuador from 2013 and 2021, and I have very good souvenirs, memories of visiting your federation during your presidency. Now you are the Secretary General of the Ecuadorian National Federation, and very important for our sport, in the Olympic movement, is that you are now also a board member of the Ecuadorian National Olympic Committee. Chef d'équipe of the Ecuadorian team at the Central American and Odessur Games. So you can see Esteban has a very large experience. But Esteban, you have very big shoes, and not only real, but also figure shoes to fill. So congratulations, and I'm happy to give you the FEI board member badge, the golden one. And this is easier to put because it has a magnet. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And there is even a spare one. There is even a spare one in case you lose it somewhere. As you know, we also pay tribute to delegates that have 15-year or more participations in general assemblies. We have one here, but I would say a very important one. Ken Lalo from the Israeli National Federation. He had his 15th participation in 2020, but that General Assembly was, as you remember, online. In 2021, you didn't attend, but now you are here in 2022, so basically you had already 16 participations, so you deserve this honorary delegate badge. Ken is, and Kenny, we sometimes say, come on the stage, is a horseman, a sports fan, but also a legal expert and a successful businessman. From the age of 15, Ken trained with the British Olympic dressage coach Robert Hall at the famous Fulmer School of Equitation in Great Britain, and he became also British Horse Society instructor. Despite his successful career in law, he never stopped riding, and he still jumps up to 135 meters level in Israel. He is what we can say a very successful Israeli Equestrian Federation president. You are already on your 6th term. Apparently you don't have term limits. And you developed a very strong new generation of riders with among 4 athletes in the top 200 in the under 25. And for the first time ever, and I know you worked very hard for that, you worked to get the jumping team together and individuals at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. And I know that your goal, of course, is to qualify for Paris 2024. and Los Angeles also to create an Olympic tradition in your country. When I say legal expert, FEI legal expert, I have to say your involvement with FEI legal dates back to 1992, so that's 30 years. 1996, deputy chair of the FEI Judicial Committee at that time, 1999 to 2011, so that's 12 years chair of the FEI Judicial Committee, which is also the tribunal, an honorary board member already since 2011, since December 2022, because we never let you go, chair of the Atypical Findings Panel, created prior to the implementation of the FEI equine anti-doping and controlled medication regulations on the 1st of January 2021, and since 1st of June, also a member of the Equine Ethics and Wellbeing Commission. But also internationally, he is recognized as a legal specialist in sports law, because since 2011 already, he's an arbitrator at the Court of Arbitration for the Sport, and a role he continues to fill, a member of the CAS Anti-Doping Division and member of the CAS Anti-Doping Commission at the Pyeongchang 2018 Winter Olympic and Paralympic Games. And I can go on forever and forever and forever, but now it's time for you to get your badge. So congratulations, Ken, and
thank you. Really
see you next year.
Embarrassing, but thank you so much.
When we say time to say goodbye, regretfully, and it has already been mentioned by several chairs of committees here, dear Bettina, can I ask you to come up here? Bettina, as has been mentioned, will be leaving at the end of this year, and this is really her own choice. We regret it, but we respect it. She has been 14 years at the FEI. She started in June 2008 as a sports coordinator for the non-Olympic sports department, endurance, driving, reining, and vaulting. As you can see, she's always very calm under pressure, and she's very knowledgeable, and she has been always a very great asset for the FEI team. She has done a lot of jobs within the FEI. She has worked with all FEI disciplines except jumping and eventing. She was, in 2008, sport coordinator for the non-Olympic sports department. Correct me if I'm wrong. Huh? 2010, manager of the non-Olympic sports department. 2013, you became director driving, reining, and vaulting. And since 2016, you are director dressage, para-dressage, reining, not any longer reining, and vaulting. Bettina, thank you very much for these past 14 years. I hope you enjoyed a little bit the life at the FEI headquarters, and that you will think sometimes back at your work in the FEI and at the atmosphere with all the other members of the team and national federations and your committees, many of them. We also wish you, of course, all the luck in your new position, which is still related to equestrian, a bit more racing, a bit less equestrian, but still, I'm sure that you will do a fantastic job there. You are a fantastic person. We will really miss you, but we wish you all the best. And we have a little present for you, a little African present. So when you go back to Switzerland, where it's cold, that you can have a bit warm and think back of the FEI. You will, of course, have your celebration in FEI headquarters with all your colleagues and friends. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will do that.
It's emotional. So I usually have a PowerPoint here to stand and to talk to, and just now I just have a little piece of paper and my heart to talk to you. I hope I meant, sorry. So, as you said, I started almost 15 years ago. Joining the FEI was for me a dream come true. It was a dream for me to step into the horse world. And I would like to thank you, all NF delegates, your athletes, horses, teams, trainers, officials, organizers, for all these years of fun, hard work, and shared passion. A special thanks to you, Ingmar, you, Sabrina, for your trust and support during my FEI journey. A huge thank you to my colleagues, directors, FEI staff, my wonderful team at HQ, my numerous technical chairs. I counted, I had 9 in total, I think. You made sure I never felt lonely. You have all allowed me to grow in this wonderful sport. I've learned so much. Looking back, a lot has been achieved, of which I'm very proud in all the disciplines you just listed. I wish you all every happiness and success in the future. I leave with wonderful memories, and I do hope and I'm confident that our paths will soon cross again. Thank you all.
Okay, and at this very end of this General Assembly, I would like to invite the President and the Secretary General of the South African Equestrian Federation, Ian Sanne, and Charlene Venter, to join me here on stage. This was the first FEI General Assembly in Southern Africa, and I can say, I believe, I can voice your opinion as well, that it has been a great success. Our sincere thanks for the warm hospitality and the perfect organization and cooperation with our teams. As mentioned during the opening, it was initially to be set in 2020 in Joburg, Johannesburg, and we are so happy to be here in 2022 in Cape Town. Your country is recovering from COVID, and the number of FEI events is growing as well. 35 FEI events in 2022, from 9 in 2020 and 11 in 2021, so we see a very steady growing curve. Your country was represented at the World Championships 2022 in Herning, and that was after first participation at WIC in 2010 in Caen. I think, and I mentioned it already, the greatest international success of the year for you was probably, I can imagine, the fact that Thomas van Rijkenvoorso individual gold won at the Youth Equestrian Games in Aachen, and the bronze medal with Team Africa. So I would like to ask Sabrina to join me here on stage to give also a plaquette. I don't know how you call it in English. A plaquette, okay. To hand a plaquette to the President, to Ian. Take a picture. And then, Charlene, I will give one to you. Stay here, Ian. Please. And then we take one together.
So it's me to return, right? So thank you very much. An incredible effort combined between the FEI team and Sophie in particular leading the FEI team and Charlene to make this all possible. Now that you've found the way to Cape Town and the way to South Africa, I hope you will all not be strangers to us and you will find the path again. When you do so, please let us know and we will welcome you and host you again. We have a small gift from us to the two of you for your hard work in organizing this conference and the annual meeting. This is a delicate matter. There is actually an umbrella that goes with this. There's a second element that goes with this. It is to keep you riding into the future across Africa and hopefully the path less traveled with the sun behind you. May the shade cover your future, that indeed everything goes your way. This is a book that describes the Ardmore collection. It is an empowerment group that indeed does a lot of work with otherwise unemployed individuals to, in fact, develop this artistic work. We hope that you enjoy it, and for Sabina, we have one of the latest additions to their work, which is silk scarf work that they produce. It is, as I say, partially a charitable organization, and therefore we thought it was really important to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and great to see you see what they can do with the zebra here.
We have to delicately.
Thank you very much, and this is now really the end of this General Assembly. I believe, if I'm right, that the bus for the gala will leave at 7 p.m. at your hotel. We wish you all a good way back to the hotel and then to the gala. Please leave the devices of Lumi on your desk. They are very expensive. We don't want to lose one. And having said this, see you in Mexico City on the 21st of November 2023. Thank you very much. Safe trips back home. And let's have a great party tonight. For the board members, this is not over. We have a board meeting. Esteban, please stay here also. The board meeting will be on the 3rd floor, same room where we had the board meeting earlier this week. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
escape